Have a seat. Pour up a cup of truth. Yeah.
Names on the corkboard wall, red lines cutting through, cold files on the counter, old lies in the air. Everybody got a story, we just see what's there. Seeking that justice, digging every day. Every little rumor, every word they say. Nothing but nonsense spinning around this town. We break it down, turn it all around. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it stay. We don't buy that script, they say we're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground. Late night, black coffee, eyes on the page. Somebody trying to profit from somebody else's pain. Clickbait headlines, dancing on the screen. We cut through the chat to get back to what it means. Who wins, who bleeds, who's hiding the stain, who's laughing on the way to the bank off your pain. We chase that truth like a car in the rain. If the trail go cold, we light it up again. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it say. We don't buy that script, they say. We're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground. Is it justice, or just a show? Are they chasing the truth, or chasing the glow in this room? We call that bluff, cause people ain't episodes that you binge and forget. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Come on in, sit down, press play. Pour a hot cup of truth, let it stay. We don't buy that script, they say. We're here pulling threads for you, peeling back layers on what ain't true. Stories being sold, narrative up and down. We flip that tail, put the facts in the ground.
Welcome to the TruCrime Cafe. Woo, woo, woo. Come on in. Have a seat. Pour up a cup of truth. Yeah. Late talk, county losers. Yeah, playing that game. Saying them stories, trying to stay the same. Courtroom cold, fluorescent hump, Bible on the table, but the devil run. Billy in the tie with a plastic grin, Ashley with a file, trying to tuck your sins. Pain on the phone, talking real cheap. Names on the list that can't even sleep. Government fam with a government scam. Shake the wrong hand, now you're part of the plan. Late all county losers, playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who take the blame? Billy, Ashley, or Payne? Government fam, government scam. What's true, what's not, you don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, letting bad ones walk. Judging your pockets while the innocent ride. Pete creeping on a late night tap, digging through lies for a headline splash. Picking out prey, but you call that law. Halo on crooked while you hide that claw. You smile in church, passing that plate. Monday, you're twisting every word I say. Sign that warrant with shaky ink, but you sleep real good when my people sink. Late tall, county losers, playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who takes the blame? Billy, Ashley, what's true, what's not. You don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, letting bad ones walk. Judging your pockets while the innocent ride. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. You can't fool me. Devil inside, ugly out. Say you righteous, but you run on down. Layton County losers playing your game. Telling them stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing that true, so who take the blame? Billy, Ashley, or Payne? Government fam, government scam. What's true, what's not, you don't give a damn. Prosecuting wrong ones, protecting the vile. Layton County losers, we see through their smile. Hey, 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 hey,
1960 on the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds, phone glow, floor cold, heart race.
Pretty much at 4 a.m. brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar, tangled in her pyre. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire.
Don't know what happened, dream or disguise. Could have been a movie script in my eyes.
Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Clock tick-tocks, heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same.
4 a.m. truth's a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze.
Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Pretty much at 4 a.m. brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar, tangled in her pyre. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire. Yeah. Here comes Miley Mick, foggy, driving all day, yeah, dog tired, groggy. Fast food cold in the passenger seat, bag on the floor, all salt, no heat. Walking in circles, late night lobby, eyes half closed, whole world wobbly. Door dashing, she smashing that route, telling her story, trying to crawl out. Molly make foggy, so foggy. Whole day smear like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy. I thought a killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then she just gone. Billy's my friend, here we go again. Same crack joke, same dead end grin. I saw the killer, he was right next to me, but every scene bends, blurs on repeat. He wasn't Molly Mike, he ain't that tired, he ain't that wired, he ain't half fired. You look so groggy, stumbling lane to lane, phone light on, but you're missing the name. Molly make foggy, so foggy. Whole day smear like a rear view, soggy. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy. I thing. Saw the girl in the window, then I didn't hard say run, but the wheels stay spinning. Molly make foggy, so foggy, so foggy. Whole day smell like a rear view, soggy. Yeah. Who changed your mind? Did they scare you? Billy's the boss and you're lost in the gloom. Molly make foggy, so foggy, so foggy. I saw the killer, but the picture got choppy. Another weird story, my mind long gone. Saw the girl in the window, then I did it. Ego by day, evil by night. Smiles for the cameras, hides from the light. Darkness in his eyes, rot in his grin. Shakes every hand, wipes off the sin. Keeping all his secrets stacked in a file. Corrupting the crowd, one polished lie at a time. Here he comes again, propaganda man. Walking down the road with a pen in his hand. Keeping him in office, you don't get my vote. Evil Santa Claus being full of deceit and smoke. Never shows the paper, never shows receipts. Here he comes again, propaganda man on repeat. Suits in the limo, cash in the case. Every empty promise tattooed on his face. Making sure the truth never leaves the room. Leaves it in the dark, lets the rumors bloom. Evil is his life, that's the only plan. Leave it up to Bill, you'll never hear truth again. Billboards and slogans painted on the town. Say his name enough till you start to bow. Here he comes again, propaganda man. Marching down the road with the script in his hand. Keeping him in office, you don't get my vote. Evil Santa Claus bed full of deceit and smoke. Never shows a paper, never shows receipts. Here he comes again, propaganda man on repeat. Lego by day, evil by night. Smiles for the cameras, hides from the light. Darkness in his eyes. Dirty, dirty green. Yeah, you know what I mean. Smile so clean. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Hands so filthy, unseen. Big man on campus, shark in a Letterman jacket. Laugh while the whole town drowns. He just skims off the habit. Lives in the shadows, fake sugar on his teeth. Tells tales at the conch out. Nobody buys what he speaks. Dirty daddy green, pocket fat from grief. Plays a Saint on Sunday, wears the mask all week. Got the suits on the string, all the badges on a leash. Blink, once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty daddy green, out of what he steals. Smiles in your face, signs, crooked deals. Every hallway, every street, they're all in his pockets, kissing his feet. He got MPD in his jacket, ISP on the chain. Every handshake, every favor, bought and paid in your pain. By the feeder at the banquet, posing like he runs the place. But the rock drips through when you look him in the face. Oh, dirty daddy green, pockets fat from grief. Plays the Saint on Sunday, wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string, all the badges on a leash. Blink, once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty daddy green, proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face, signs, crooked deals. Every hallway, every street, they're all in his pockets, kissing his feet. Watch him. Don't even blink, he'll have your world gone faster than you think. He laughs while you sink, says it's all just business as he pushes you to the brink. Dirty, 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 pockets, 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 dirty, 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 pockets fat from grease. Please say on Sunday wears the mask all week. Got the suits on a string, all the badges on a leash. Late once you miss it, he'll drag you to the brink. Dirty, dirty, proud of what he steals. Smiles in your face, signs, crooked deals. Every hallway, every street, they're all in his pockets, kissing his feet. Dirty, dirty, green. Dirty, dirty, green. Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Yeah. Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snags. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge.
All right, y'all. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. What a great show that was last night. Thank you all so much for being there, supporting us the way you did. Hey, yay. I appreciate you all so very much for that. Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you here today. I hope you're all having a great Sunday, an amazing weekend. I hope you're all happy, healthy, and always the beautiful people, because you are. That is a fact. Welcome on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable, fill up that cup. Today, guys, we're in Idaho looking into victimology as we've been reviewing, going back through each and every one of the victims' backgrounds, lifestyles, so on and so forth. Try to get some answers out of this. Lord have mercy, we need answers. So That being said, that's what our plan is today. Please share this out. Make sure you hit the like button on your way through the door. We do have a little addition to make to the family today as well. So, as soon as we get back in here, we will be doing that. So, make sure you're tuning in. Share this out, guys. Please hit that like button. Help this channel out. Make sure you leave a comment afterwards. Nothing but love for all of you. Thank you to my moderators for joining us today on their only day off. Some of them taking time out of their days to pop in here with us. I love you guys for that. Let's do it.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the highway, demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the TruCrime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Great to be back in the house with all you beautiful people today. Great show last night again. It was amazing with Miss Lana Of course, Miss Logan and Kim, and my brother Mikey, my amazing production manager that makes all this stuff happen, guys. It was a great show. A lot of talking. A lot of talking. Next week, guys, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday night. It's just going to be the four of us. So I hope you're down for that one. I can't wait. It's always a good show over there at the Verdict Room all the time. But down the road, we will be having more guests coming. So make sure you're tuning in. Make sure you're subscribed to the Verdict Room. Please and thank you. And I really appreciate all the support last night, as did Miss Lana. She said herself, Logan, of course, Kim and Mike all appreciated it. So thank you all so very much for supporting us the way you do and did last night as well, to all these channels, guys. Amazing creators doing amazing things together, and I love it. I love it, love it. So come on in the door, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will, guys. And again, we have a new addition to our family to be making today. Something I probably should have done a while back. Somebody that supported my channel for a long time, supported myself, all of us. He's part of our family and has been for a minute. So I think it's that time. I truly and honestly do. So if everybody could please welcome my brother, our friend, our fam, Skull Mackay to the Blue Crew. If you would, please, or Scully as I like to call him, please welcome Scully to the Blue Crew. Again, thank you for being so supportive of our community, our family, and all of it. Scully, we love you, bro, and welcome to the community and the family. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat and get comfortable, guys. Victimology in Idaho today, guys, is what we're looking into, breaking down, discussing, and I will drop the link, pin it, and anybody that wants to jump up here and discuss this stuff with me. And meaning that what that means is we're going to be looking into the victims, their backgrounds, their all their stuff. Okay. Um, I think it's an important part. As I said, I want to start breaking down what was going on in the backgrounds and the lives of the victims. So, again, that's what it's all about. I hope you're here for it because I'm here for it. Come on in, guys. Looks like 96 people in the house. We got 39 likes. I think we can do just a tinge better than that, please and thank you. That's a fact. The best is Blue Crew, and I'm telling you, I'll die on the hill. Always have, always will. I have the best, absolute, the best moderation team and crew on YouTube. Argue with me, you're going to lose. I'm sorry, but I do. I have the best crew on YouTube. I know there's many other channels that have amazing, amazing moderation teams as well, but mine's the best. I have the best people. I love these guys with all my heart, every one of them. And it is good to have another dude on the crew. Give Mikey a break and Randy. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. Looks like we got 102 people. We're getting there. That's all good, Miss Krista. We can share. We can share. Third Apache's in the house. Let's see who else we got joining us. Third Apache, great to see you. Miss Krista, my sister from another mister. Good to see ya. Reality with Krista Marie, guys. Make sure you're checking out her channel as well. Thank you for being here, Krista. Gen 7, welcome back, dear. Good to see you today. Joseph A., good to see you. Always happy to have you in the house. Ms. Rowe, welcome back to you. There's Mikey, the last 24. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Miss Margaret, welcome back. Christine Hurd, great to see you. Susie Little B, welcome to you. Great to see you today. Sleuther75's in the house. Welcome back to you. Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fan, great to see you. That is, without a doubt, an absolute fact. The best YouTube family, period. Blue Devil, welcome to you. Great to see you. Just so you guys know, if you're not in our Discord as of yet, you might want to think about it, guys. We're going to start doing a little bit more in Dago's Den, the members chat, where we all jump in there together and do some things. So if you want to be part of that, make sure you're part of that Discord. If you want to be, please and thank you. Plenty of room in there for you, just as much as we have all that room in the sauce for all of you as well. All you beautiful meatballs. Come on in. Grab a seat. Fizzy's in the house, fizzing around. Good to see you, Fizz. Jesse Lynn, welcome back, dear. Great to have you. Ocean Waves, good to see you today. Michelle F22, welcome. Patricia Powell, welcome to you. Get an apology. Gang, gang, welcome, friend. Good to see you. Somebody brought in by Scully, I can see. Welcome, welcome. Pretty much Finland, welcome to you. Itty Bitty Poop, welcome to you. Great to see you. Teresa, welcome back. Kiss me where I pee, I will not. But I'm grateful that you're here. Thank you for joining us. Moto Man's in the house. What's up, brother? Thank you so much for being in here today. We appreciate you always. Come on in, grab a seat. Miss Teresa, great to see you. Pie Norman, welcome back, my friend. 1111 Reflection, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Always, that's a fact. Lana always carries different energy, but that's why we love her. Let me see. Who else do we have? Where are we at? Yo, yo. Ding, 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 ba-ding. Come on in. Bing, bing, bing. Miss Lisa Winchester, welcome and thank you. Love to all of you as well. Time to put that garden in. Yes, Blue Devil, wonderful to see you again. Let me see here. Michelle F, great to see you. Please put that song on a separate video. Which one are you talking about, Miss Teresa? And which video? Let me see. I'm trying to like Sluther's dancing around in here. Christine Hurd, good to see you. I think I got Senor Wazowski. What's up, my brother? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Lizzie Turtleballs, welcome back to you. I think I'm going to have to do a music show. My son's been bothering me about it. So we may have to do a little music breakdown here coming up soon. Little dance party, whatever you guys want to call it. It's been a minute. We haven't done one in a while. So we may have to do that. For those of you that are newer, Blue Eyed Butterfly, great to see you. It's something we do every so often. I come in here. My son usually joins me. And we just play music, almost like a DJ setting. My son and I will sing sometimes, play instruments along with, and we just have a good old time dancing around in our chairs. And my son will actually get up and move around a lot too. He's very entertaining. The kid, wait till you hear his voice. Turkey Creek is in the house. Good to see you. Molly McFoggy. Yeah, I wrote that one for anybody that was asking. Wade Bird, welcome to you. Miss Christine, good to see ya. I did see that. It's pretty wild, isn't it, Itty? Buffalo Chick, welcome to you. That's good, 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 bro. They get better. I have the same flow with everything I have, but today's the first time you heard Dirty Daddy Green and Baby Pain. Are you kidding me? Where you been? Oh, Fizzy's always working. She don't get to hear these. TruCrime Cafe song. I'm gonna have to put my playlist up on Spotify or something. See what happens. Gang, gang, chicken wang. Hey, hey. All right, I think I got everybody. Moonlit Baby, good to see you today as well. The True Crime Cafe. Okay. Yes, or on here. The TruCrime Cafe one? Okay. No, he's not. No, no, no. He sings it. He knows it all word by word. That song, the intro, that cafe song. Molly, my videographer, she wrote that one and produced the video along with it. All of that for the intro. That's all Molly, guys. All those other ones you hear before that were mine. That one is Molly's, and we're grateful. Written Dreams, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I thought you liked the pretty much at 4 a.m. one, Sluther. I could be wrong. Was that a soundboard? Mikey's got one. That was mine. That bing, bing, bing comes off. Yeah, that comes off my soundboard. I got a few different sounds on here. I don't play them too often, but.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Congratulations. Well done.
That's all to you, Scully. Congratulations, brother. Suzanne Silberstein, welcome. Great to see you. Dropping our first of 5 goals today already. Thank you so much for that, Suzanne. God bless. Very generous. Very much appreciated. We love ya. That's crazy. My husband woke up this morning asking if I have a friend named Showalter. He said he has that name stuck in his head. That's wild. That is wild. Absolutely. Beach Babe, great to see you today. I've run a road too. Yeah, Mikey's got a better setup, microphone, and all that than I do. Thank you, Scully. Oh, I have that problem too. I've been doing that for years. Giddy up. Come on in. What else we got here? Just start using those. That's for all of y'all.
Amazing. Incredible.
I probably should do that. That's a good one. Good idea.
Mm?
That's Mama Bear. We only play that when she gets angry.
Yes, in 6 simple steps.
Correct. Come on in, everybody. Oh, I'm working on a Cy Ray song, and I'm working on an Ian Harsh song. I'm working on a Cy Ray song, Ian Harsh, and a one that's centered just on Hitler. I already got Amish Ashley. Propaganda Man is about Bill Thompson, obviously. Molly McFoggy, we know who that's about. I have Latah County Losers, which is about all of them. I have Baby Payne, Dirty Daddy Green. I'm working on my way through the list. So Hildreth investigates. What's up, Dilly Dong? How we doing, brother? Dylan's in the house. Good to see you, bud. Thank you, Skull. Oh, you like Baby Payne? Yeah, I gotta put a video together for that one, other than just showing those photos of it. Baby Payne in the chat. Leprechaun energy. All right, guys. Let me get that link pinned for y'all. Anybody that wants to join us, of course, is welcome. Open discussion on victimology in Idaho today. There it is. Rosie Rosau. I think I'm saying that right. Rosie Rousseau. If I'm saying it wrong, I'm so sorry. Just finished a 12-hour marathon of the verdict room. It was a long one, buddy. It was. It was a long one. You're so cool, Brewster. Great movie, Jen. Great movie. Gotta love him. 80s movies are the bomb. Kablam, kablam, kablang. They are the best. That one is Charlie Brewster, guys. If you haven't seen the original, of course, not the newer remakes. Tar Heel Girl, welcome to you. Don't tell me. I'll get it. It's there on the tip of my tongue. I just can't say it. It's a vampire movie. What's his name is in it? God bless America. Oh my God, you guys. I know the name of the damn movie. I just watched this not that long ago. Want to talk about Rosie? We can do that at some point for sure. Oh my goodness. The child is in the background. Hold on. Hello,
Dad.
son. I see you. Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Finally got a day off for the first time since Easter.
Good
And
stuff.
I think I finally found a combination for my audio set.
What do you mean?
So I got the Mayano mic, and then I'm using the Fine soundboard.
Oh, okay.
I got
We
the
have the
Mayano.
same microphone.
I got the Mayano soundboard, but I can't figure the damn thing out.
Oh, I did. It was pretty easy once you get moving with it. You should have asked me. I'd have helped you out.
Yeah. I don't know if you missed it in the Discord, but I was trying to schedule a time with you.
Oh, I probably didn't even see it. Hold on. Let me go look.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it. Sometimes my Discord erases things after they sit for a while, so it could be. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, the microphones. The only thing I don't like about these mics is that they're center. You have to be in the center to talk. You can't talk. It's not a 360 mic. I don't like that. You have to pretty much eat the damn thing, but it's okay.
Yeah, which I like doing that anyway. I don't know why.
I get it. A lot of people do. Come on now, turn that. There we go. Yeah, it's a great microphone. It is. But it's when I do this, you can't hear me, or if I'm over here, you can't hear me. I have to be right in the middle of it, so that's okay.
Yeah, with as squeak as my damn chair is. I mean, I kind of need a mic like this.
Yeah, I get it. Do you have a denoise button on your soundboard?
No, I got just a bunch of custom, and then I got
Right.
yeah, it's like very, very basic.
Do you know how to run the custom things for your sound effects and all that?
Yeah, I know how to do it. I really don't remember what they are because I haven't set them up in a while.
No,
So
it's all good.
and I don't know if it'll play through here, but I think
It
I did
sounds
like a.
good. Yeah, I have that one too. I think.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, I know on the Mayano, I got. I grabbed that sound clip from Billy Madison. We are now dumber for you answering that.
Yeah. Yes, that's awesome. I love it. That's a good one. You'd probably be playing that all day long.
Oh, I got the
Especially in this
one.
case.
I got the one from Trump, and I just cut the one that they don't know what the f they're doing.
Nice. That's great. I love it. The fun, this is where we get to have fun when we do this, you guys. Is with all the little toys that we have to run all this stuff. It's the fun part of it. So yeah, I'm working on some other things with mine, trying to get certain things uploaded into it and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
love it, love it.
the main reason I like the Miano soundboard when it was working for me for about 12 seconds
Right.
was it was a lot more smoother of a change when I was playing with the voice, making it high and low.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have a couple different versions. I have a Mayano soundboard. I have the G10 mixer. I have a couple older ones too that when I first started, they're trash, but they're just shoved in the drawer. Thank my brother Mikey sent me the Mayano one because he had two of them. He's got a better one, and he didn't. It didn't work for him for some reason. So,
Yeah,
but we figured it out.
I'm almost positive mine's just user error.
It is. I'm telling you, and it's not. I don't mean that as an insult. It is. If you don't understand these things, and you don't even reading the handbook is a joke. I've even gone to YouTube videos, and they're like, "Do this," and most of the time, YouTube videos are not in English. I can't understand half the time what they're saying. So it tells you to do this, this, and that. It's very basic, and then I go to do this, this, and that, and I was supposed to do that, that, and this, not the way they said it. So yeah,
Yeah.
one of them things.
But did you see the fun video that I made a couple days ago with Grok?
I did. I did. That was interesting.
Oh, I about fell out of my chair when it just spit out Idaho, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, the look on your face was pretty classic, but pretty classic. I loved it.
But yeah, and I was so I actually found a way to make it a little bit easier to track,
Right.
and I and I didn't post one just gonna redo it because it like lost connection and wouldn't find connection again. But I got it to where it will give me a percentage of who it thinks is guilty.
Oh,
And the one
interesting.
that and what was weird was I gave it the same information. I just gave like instead of Xana, it was X, and just pretty much used initials.
Yeah, right.
And I gave it all the same information, and it was saying like Dylan wasn't only like an orchestrator, she was a perpetrator.
Interesting. Gotta love Grok. Eddie deals with Grok a lot too, so interesting.
Yeah,
That is
I
quite
trust
interesting.
I trust Grok more than I trust ChatGPT.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, can we are any of the mods in here that have the Discord? Candy, can you drop the Discord link there? I thought you were in there already, Scully. Right turn, Clyde. Happy Sunday. Good to see you. Hang on. So today, sir, thank you for joining me, by the way. We are delving into, obviously, it's an open discussion, but we're delving into victimology our way. Of course, I've been breaking down each one of the victims one by one, the backgrounds, how they have, their connections to the case, what could cause anything, so on and so forth, things like that. What could have been the reasons for the crime based on their backgrounds, possibly. So that's kind of what we're doing. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. As a forensic psychologist and court evaluator, I love how fact focused this community is. Unlike the guilters who rely on emotion and stereotyping, I wish my colleagues were all like you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Also, thank you for the super chat number 2 towards our goal for today. Amazing stuff. We appreciate you, Stephen, and very interesting background as well, my friend. So yes, very much appreciated for those thoughts. We appreciate you very much. Yeah, if Tandy, if you're in here, hon, can you drop the link so that Blue Devil can jump in there, please, for the Discord here. Jesse Leanne. Yes, thank you, Stephen, very much. Any thoughts on any of that kind of what we're doing today, Dylan? Feelings, opinions before we get started?
So with the Sigma Chi interviews that have come out at this point, I mean it's I mean they ought to give the entire chapter an Oscar. It's the same thing
Agreed.
over and over and over again. They love Ethan and Xana. Ethan's a little goofy. Xana's awesome. Met Maddie once or twice. Kaylee who?
Kaylee, nobody knows Kaylee. Nobody. Thank you, Moonlit.
And they've all
Nobody
been
knows
there.
that. Yeah,
And they've all been there 30 to 50 times over the course of that semester.
it's amazing to me that these people. Here's what my thing with that is. Okay, it's amazing that these people don't know who Kaylee is, but they know Maddie. And Maddie and Kaylee were best friends. They're inseparable for the most part, and they're always together. But you only know one of them. That's a little weird to me. I'll say that. Like you said, also they've been to the house 30 to 50 different times. You don't know this girl. I feel like that's so purposely done. I just truly do. Thank you so much, Krista, for being a family member here in the sauce. We appreciate you very much. This community is the safest for opposing opinions. Thank you, dear. Happy day anniversary on 10 months. Really, it's been that long. Wow. Thank you so much. That's a good point. Based on some things she said, she doesn't seem to know her very well. That's kind of sad to me, But again, all due respect intended. I'm not going to attack them. Um, even though they want to attack us on a daily basis. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. The Kid
I,
Club interviewing was another level. Amen to that too, Christine.
and I finally sat down and watched that thing that you want to call an interview with Christy, and she kind of let the cat out of the bag on why Brian flipped.
Oh yeah, what did
They
you?
threatened
What?
they threatened his dad. They said my assumption is that they pretty much said they told Brian, "Hey, you change your plea, and we won't go after we won't go after your dad."
Uh huh. There's a lot of
So
that stuff that went around. Truly.
and I always find it funny that with Christy and Steve, they always take the claims from the darkest corners of the internet, nobody of any actual merit or credit, but in saying, "Oh, we want to see," thinking that we want to see pictures and all that jazz. That it's like
That was that. Don't even.
name name
Yeah,
names, name
yeah.
names.
It was ridiculous. Like she made some statements. We covered that yesterday in my earlier show. And she made some statements that blew me out of the water. Some things I hadn't even heard. And she's talking, and I agree with her. I do. That's not all of us, okay? There's a very few communities that do that kind of thing and that will put out really nasty, ignorant statements about the families being involved in things and doing things that this and that. And you're calling all of us like mentally ill trailer trash and stuff like that. Like, are you? No, most of us are here for you, okay? Which is what she never seems to they never understand. We're here and we don't want your help. Okay, I get it. But it's not just for you. You know, being the voice for the voiceless because the victims can't speak is part of what we do. Wanting real justice is part of what we do. Worrying that this could happen to anybody else is part of what we do. It's all wrapped with a bow at that point with in that that situation.
Yeah,
But you're going to put us all together in one group because we're on the internet. We're not those people. We don't make those ignorant comments. We don't allege that there's sex trafficking going on within the family and this like who the hell where do you get this shit? I haven't even heard of some of that, but okay. It's kind of interesting because Eddie made a comment yesterday that made me wonder if that's in the way he said it. I said that's really bad stuff. I agree. Christy shouldn't. They should never have to go through that. And he said if it's true.
mm-hmm.
Well, that's a great point that he made because if you're trying to get people to react to you a certain type of way with a certain type of emotion, you're going to throw some harsh things out there. People do it to me. It's been done to me recently, actually. Accusations of things that are not true. because you're angry with me because I removed you from my community or something like that. It happens to me all the time. Okay. And these people, they do ignorant things like that, trying to hurt other people because they're mad or embarrassed because they had to be removed from the community that they were in because they don't know how to talk to people or to treat people. So it's the same thing. Somebody gets angry about something and they can't control the situation. So they'll create a situation, tell the world about it, get it, get a reaction from everybody, a horrible, "Oh my god, that's so horrible. Why would people do that to you?" And then some senses it's not even true. It was created to to
A-
to
And
invoke that reaction, basically. Sorry.
and on top of all that, the way social media works and the way the algorithms work, because of everybody attacking that person for saying, "Oh, Christy did this, Steve did that," in such a manner, it would get pushed onto everybody's feed, and it would continue that cycle of people going after the person that's trying to claim XYZ. We would have seen it.
Good point. Very good point. And yeah, I'm with Jesse on this. You can have empathy and not like them or agree with them. That's a fact. Because that's kind of where I'm at, Jess. I agree with you, hon.
I, I
And yeah,
mean,
Dylan, I agree.
my only concern is the 4 victims. If Steve, Christy, and whoever wants empathy get a dog, I'm not here for empathy. I'm here for justice.
Amen to that one, bud. I get it. I get it. Um, Very good point too. The police, the parents have misdirected rage. Good point. Very good point. They need to direct all of that anger, rage, and madness at the prosecution, Latah County, law enforcement, all of that. We're not the ones. We want to see justice for your loved one. It's not about that, but it is what it is.
And the thing is, when Brian changes his plea, and this ends up back in court, then what's going to end up happening is they're not going to be able to charge anybody. So the media is going to twist it as Brian got away with murder. The family is going to fall in line,
Yep,
when in reality, Brian was just the poor sucker whose name popped up on a radar.
I agree. I do agree. Truly and honestly, very interesting. Now, one thing I did want to hit on today, as we're doing the victimology as well, is one of the reasons I believe this could have happened, and I'm going to show you that too. Um, Give me 1 minute here. Okay, let's see. Gatekeeping is necessary if we want to retain credibility. Yes, that's a good point. The cat lady's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to see you. Looks like we got 154 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button if you have not yet done it, and share it out. Um, I think I might do this first. I'm trying to think of how I should put this together. Hold on a minute.
Do whatever you want, Dad. While we're waiting on old man Dago to figure his stuff out. Oh, no bird this time. Awesome. Welcome to True Crime Cafe with Dylan. Make sure to like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. Is that a good intro? But yeah, I mean, as far as victimology goes, I I want to say it all centers around Kaylee, but I I'm not sure why Dylan went the extra mile to bring Maddie back, and that that's one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around is why, if Kaylee's the target, why keep Maddie there? Why convince Maddie to stay? And then Xana and Ethan in among itself is a totally different situation. Lana went through her theory last night on the verdict of it being two separate events, and quite frankly, with the evidence that we have, I can't disagree. Now, it could have been two separate events among one massive event. I
Okay. Go ahead.
I think it was two separate events among one massive event. I think it
That's
was
basically kind of what Lana believes, that it was two separate situations, two separate crime scenes, two separate times. So,
I'm
and we, again, not everybody needs to agree, with that situation. That's what it's all about, guys. It's okay for us to disagree. She's even said that. It's understood. You don't have to agree with Lana, and you don't have to feel bad if you don't. So, sorry to interrupt you, but go ahead.
yeah. I mean, it's the only way that I see that being possible two separate times. Well, we still don't know. We still to this day don't know when Ethan and Xana got home.
Yeah.
And the question would be what came first, or what came first and what came second.
Right. Yeah, good point. Speak of the devil, the awesomeness herself, Ms. Lana in the house. Just to be clear, the crime scene has to be explained. Yes, exactly, exactly. And so that everybody understands this, the way she explained it last night, I kind of agree in some aspect. Like I said, not everybody has to agree with each other, guys. That's what it's all about. But, please do it respectfully, is all I say. It's what I do. There's no reason to be disrespectful, which nobody is. I'm just saying. But here's the thing. And when she said that, it's been part of my thought process that is it possible that two of the victims were killed before at a separate time, 2 hours before, per se? She made a huge point to me that made me really start to think about the cleanup. You know, I think, and I said this last night, that that's part of this, okay? The cleanup was very professionally done, in my opinion. The person that cleaned that house knew what they were cleaning, what they were looking for, and what they needed to clean. I'll say it that way. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, agreed too. I agree with that, Lana. Definitely, hours, not 7 minutes. I agree with that too. What are you saying, Dylan?
yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the kind of cleanup that would have been required is a multiple hour event in among itself.
Sure.
And I would be curious to see if anybody on the scene smelled anything, or maybe
Chemically,
maybe the smell dissipated by that point because everything was open.
well, yeah. If they left the doors and the windows, maybe at least the doors open and had the heat turned down at some point. Welcome, Mimi. But yeah, and also that the killer changed clothes in between, which makes sense because there's no transfer of DNA or anything anywhere. So this, I fully agree with her. That would make some sense. And then the secondary time happened, and like this is probably where me and her might disagree a little bit, as I thought possibly that Xana and Ethan were the first to be attacked. They were home before everybody possibly got attacked. The person hid upstairs, or persons, you know, when Maddie and Kaylee came home, they were attacked after the fact. But she did make a good point when I brought that up. And this is what this is about, guys. This is how we work these things out, is by discussing them in different ways to try to figure out what the hell could have happened here. So thank you, Sluther. Guys, make sure you subscribe to the Truth and Transparency channel with Ms. Lana. This lady puts in so much work. Her and Pav, I respect both of them to no end because of the work they do put in. And whether you agree or not with what their theories or feelings are, they put the work in, period. Okay. And give us things to look at, think about, and they do it right, in my opinion. So, Why don't we see the Hunka Dunka footage yet? I know there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen yet that we should be seeing, and that don't match the time of the crime front. Right? I agree. I agree. She said before that though, there being no mixture of DNA with second and third floor. That's what my biggest issue has been. And Dylan, I don't know if you've thought about that, looked into that, or talked about that. But she says, there being no mixture of DNA second and third floor is only possible with one person, guys. So if they're saying it's Brian, this has to be the only way that's possible. And I don't believe that it's one person. So that being said, there should have been, transfer between victims. Okay. So for instance, let me give an example of how I'm explaining this and why it doesn't make sense. Let's say this person comes in, or these persons come in, they go straight to the third floor, attack Maddie and Kaylee, stab them to death, unfortunately, trigger warning, whatever. And then they move themselves down to the second floor and attack the other two. There was no blood transfer between Maddie and Kaylee to Ethan and Xana. One person, it doesn't make sense, okay? If one person did this, there should have been, okay? Whether you cleaned the knife off or not, whatever it is, they should have, okay? There should have been transfer, and there wasn't. That's my main issue with this. So in turn, in my mind, that makes me believe that there were separate people with separate weapons. Okay, that's why I believe that. If you guys don't get what I'm saying. Aetheragon, I think I'm saying Aetheragon. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm sorry. Welcome to you. Anyway, so that's partly what I'm thinking. You can't have one person committing this crime without them changing clothing and multiple weapons, multiple gloves. Yes, that's a good point. That is a good point, dear.
And from a logistical standpoint,
Yes,
one
sir.
person is virtually impossible. Because you would have heard screams, whether the first attack was on the second floor was on Xana, you would hear Ethan going ballistic. If the first attack was on Ethan, you'd be hearing Xana go ballistic.
Right.
And then the same thing with Maddie and Kaylee. Except with Maddie and Kaylee, I think it's a little bit different because of just how drunk Maddie was. She could have been asleep. She could have been out.
I think she
Kaylee
was
was
the only one that was, if anybody, Dylan, honestly. I think she may have been. I've always thought that. But she also shows signs of defense injuries, okay? So it makes you wonder. But if anybody, I think Maddie was the only one that may have been maybe just passing out or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Maddie's the only one that I can see being out.
Right. Exactly. And then there's that too. Thank you, Lana. Brian is in Washington based on police at 2:52 a.m. Thank you. This is just how you would argue it if you're no, agreed. Very much so. None of them were asleep. I don't think they were either, but I think if anybody, it would be Maddie. She'd be the one that would likely be either just passing out, going to sleep, or just did, or something like that. I agree with. I never really have thought any of them were asleep. I'll just say that. I kind of contradict myself. I'm saying if there was anybody, it was her. So
Now, do we have the exact what was the rough time that Kaylee and Maddie got home? Was it like 2:30 something?
no.
Or
They were home by 1:56, if I'm correct.
okay. I wonder I do wonder if maybe when Kaylee and Maddie got home, Maddie stumbles up into bed. Kaylee lets the dog out. They come back in. Murphy kind of goes back towards the bedroom of Xana because he smells something. Opens up and he like barges the door open or something like that. Kaylee sees that. You hear the scream at 2:37, and that's what starts the second round.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Right. That's interesting. See, I'm gonna get into some of that stuff too. That's a good point. That is a good point. Um, Atlanta did say that, but the police don't work backwards. This stuff would have all been eliminated or kept as a possibility, but that's not how they work this case. No, they screwed this up completely. The crime scene, every bit of this entire thing was botched from the beginning with them. It was never an
Intentionally.
important part of the crime. Yeah, to explain to a jury, and this is what you would say to the jury. Yes, thank you, dear. Very good point.
But yeah, I mean, this was like a double layer cover up. You had Greek Row covering their own hind end because nobody wants to go to jail. You have Moscow covering for Idaho because the University of Idaho is the moneymaker of Moscow. And that's how you have the double cover up. And that's
Yeah. Well, see, this is why when Lana said 2 crime scenes, 2 times, it's not meaning like they're all in the same house, folks, okay? People got confused, I think, on that. Upstairs is one, second floor is another one. And I didn't really get into that and ask her some other questions last night. I was gonna ask her about Kaylee's blood being downstairs on the second floor, on the half wall, the table, stuff like that. We didn't get into that last night. That was part of what I wanted to do, but we'll do it. We'll have time. We'll do it again. But yeah, like she says here, like, how do you not think that you would need to explain this crime scene? I mean, it's stupid. It's laughable, you guys. If anything, and it's not the crime itself is not laughable. The fact that they think these things and the way that they've done this is laughable. Is what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Because this was never intended to go to trial to begin with. They knew from day one that this was never going to see a courtroom.
I kind of believe that too. This was never going to go to trial. That's my feeling and has been for a long time that it was never going to be a trial. Right. It is. It's laughable, Anna. It truly, the fact that they thought that this was going to be okay, that nobody was going to question this, that nobody was ever going to say, yeah, the crime scene is a disaster. It's botched. It's ridiculous. And they thought nobody was going to see that. It's just unbelievably ridiculous and laughable. So how a jury wouldn't exercise their common sense. That's what I'm saying. It's like they didn't think about these things. Like a jury, you underestimate the people that of a jury, okay? They're going to look at these things and go, "What the hell? How is this and that even okay? Why did anybody call this out? Why didn't anybody look at this and say there's a problem here?" The jury's going to see that if this ever, and I think Bill Thompson knew that, okay? I think the prosecution team knew this stuff, which is why I fully believe that the prosecution knew this is how this was going, because this is why they had to prosecute this man in the court of public opinion via the media, okay? Because they had nothing. They had nothing from the beginning on Brian Koberger.
And they still
Nothing,
have nothing.
folks. They don't. No, there is nothing. They have no evidence to prove, which is what I've been screaming about for 3 and some odd years. They never had any evidence to prove that Brian Koberger committed this crime. Never. So they relied on the media, legacy media, mainstream, whatever you want to call it, to convict this man, which is exactly what happened. Okay. And then people come back and say, "Oh, Dago, you're stupid. He took a plea deal." Why do you think he took a plea deal?
And the plea deal is completely irrelevant when we're talking about the facts of the case.
It is. It is. And the man was convicted by the court of public opinion based on the propaganda that was ran through legacy media. Period.
And I'm still seeing in Facebook groups stuff that has been proven to be completely, totally false. Stuff that Bill Thompson has even said that's not true, and they're still coming out and saying that crap
because they don't have anything else to support it, Dylan. And if they don't say that crap, there is nothing for them to say. You know what I mean? They don't have a choice. So hold on, Moto. I see you, brother. That's the only way that this makes sense in their minds, unfortunately. So it's his sheath, and because he was there. Oh, sorry, there was something she said up here. The state has no proof why Brian's DNA is on the sheath. None. They have none. So absolutely agreed. Welcome, Moto. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Welcome, brother. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Not too bad. How are you doing today, Dago?
Pretty good, bro. Pretty good. Thank you for joining us last night, supporting us. 100% appreciated.
Absolutely, brother.
Always good to have you here. Always good to have your thoughts and feelings. Um, any thoughts on what we've just been talking about before you jumped up here?
It's same thoughts and feelings I've had every single time I've jumped up here, Dago.
Right.
The prosecution's a joke.
Absolutely. And yes, Lana, very, very huge point. Yeah, I agree. It is. And again, very clearly, they had nothing. They still have nothing, but they had nothing to be able to prosecute him. Okay.
To go back to what you guys were talking about last night, when we went back over the body cam with the first officer on scene, and now that you don't see Bethany on location first thing, what do you think about that? Does that change your theory in any way?
I mean, I've always had thoughts about that. Just because I'm not out here talking about it doesn't mean I'm not thinking about it. I have tons of notes on these things too. I mean, it can. I have multiple theories on this, you guys, as you've heard. Multiple angles I've looked at, multiple theories with this, because none of them make sense completely. Every one of them has a little bit of a turn to it or a little bit of a curb to it that makes it not, not possible. I mean, they're all probable, but in every one of my theories, there's just like one little thing that makes it a problem somewhere. So they don't always fully connect at the end, if you know what I'm saying. The ends don't meet always. So, oh yeah, I'm working on that, Michelle. I'm actually working on that. I have been given information that I'm going to be putting together that is, we're going to go back and look at Bill's old cases and all the stuff he's done in the past, just to show kind of a regularity, I'll just say. So yeah, we're going to be looking into him too at one point. But no, like all of my theories, not all of them, there's a handful of them that could possibly be what happened. Um, some of them, like I said, they get close, but they just don't meet because there's like one or two little things that don't match up, stuff like that. And that's why we do this. We're still working through trying to figure out what the hell, how, and why. So now the Bethany thing, and I've always had in the back of my mind, if those two weren't home, it's possible. I'm trying to understand why Ann said they were, the CDR or whatever the hell it was that proves that they were there, so on and so forth. But Lana made a good point too. You got to think about how far from the house they could have been and still showed up that they were at, and it still shows that they were at the house. I mean, if they went next door to 1112 or something like that, again, we don't see any camera stuff. I understand. Or if they were outside the house or next door, or close, or anything. I mean, see, that's the difference. If they went down to Emily's, I don't think the router would reach that far. As much as it's a rough drag for me. We need to know the radius, okay? That how far that reaches for that to show up. That's my problem. So
it's at least 250 to 300 feet.
Okay. See, I don't know that, but that's a good point to make then.
Because at my cottage, I can literally go out of my cottage, hop in a kayak, go almost to the middle of our small little pond near the cottage, and I still have internet connection.
Oh, that's not too bad. So knowing that the whites are directly across the street from the house, could they have went to the white apartments and been right there? I think it's a plausible theory. Okay. Now going to Emily and where Emily's, I guess you should say, we have to see the distance there. I don't know that that's plausible. 1112. If they went next door, sure, that's very plausible. If they went to Ava's house, I think that's possibly plausible too, which is right across the street. If they're sitting in a vehicle close to the house, we don't know. That could be possible too. It is all speculation, obviously, folks. But again, at the same time, it makes some things make some sense. if you look at it that way. And that's what we do. We have to break these things down to understand. I think most of us want to understand more than we do, and that's why we do this every day, okay? Because it doesn't make any sense the way they have presented it. It will never make any sense the way they presented it, and that's why we all know that most of it's bullshit, okay? Um, it's a problem. It's a problem. That's where the whole problem lies with this. So, um, I don't know. According to Steve G, their Wi-Fi router has a radius of 11 miles. That's absolute bullshit.
What?
That's insanity. Nobody's router has a radius of 11 miles. Not your fault either, gracefully. That's insane. Okay, where does he come up with these things? I wonder sometimes.
I think they're talking about the radius of the cellular tower.
Maybe, yeah, but not the damn modem. That's insane.
For a tower, that still feels a little short.
My God. Hang on a minute here, you guys. I'm pulling something out. Okay, so typically, because I have somebody that is always digging in here when we talk about stuff. And thank you, Fizzy, as always. Right, I have told you guys I have the best moderation team on the planet here. Typical, and this is typical. Okay, unless you have some kind of military grade shit or something. Okay, which I doubt.
I think if your Wi-Fi router's got an 11-mile radius, the military wants to know.
Yeah, 100%. Even then, typical home Wi-Fi reaches 150 feet, 45 meters, indoors, and up to 300 to 1,500 feet, 90 by 450 plus meters outdoors. Okay. Under ideal line of sight conditions, while 2.4 gigahertz signals travel further than 5 or 6 gigahertz. Physical barriers like walls, metal objects, and home layout significantly reduce this range, of course, generally limiting effective high speed usage to within a reasonable distance of the home's exterior. Now, the key factors to this, excuse me, you guys, distance generally for stable, fast connectivity, you should be within 150 feet of your router. Barriers such as walls, especially concrete, brick, or metal, can cut that signal strength severely. The frequency, the 2.4 gigahertz band provides better coverage over a longer distance, while 5 gigahertz is faster but has a shorter, more limited range. And again, to get to like optimal placement, okay? Placing your router in a high, central, or open location away from obstructions can boost your range. So let's say, for instance, we know where the TV was in the day room, living room of that house. Okay. Let's say, and I'm pretty sure we saw a modem sitting on the floor underneath the TV in that cubicle they had the TV in. So it's right there, wide open space. You have that wall, the window's right there. Okay. And then directly across from the house was the white apartments. It's pretty wide open range. Okay, I'm just saying there's not much blocking it other than the house wall. That was it.
And those walls are thin.
They're very thin. As we saw when they tore that house down, it was like a cardboard house falling apart. It was disgusting. So yeah, very good point too, Moto. And it says also, obstructions can boost your range while setting it near a window can extend your signal into the yard. It was literally, I think, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet from that window, sitting on the floor level. Okay. So there's that to think about. Now, alternative solutions, if you need to extend your range to a garage or far yard, you may need a mesh Wi-Fi system or range extender. Now, see, I don't know that they had anything like that. They could have. Maybe that's what Steve in his mind is thinking of. They had an extender because they had people all over that house. Bethany's in the basement. The girls are upstairs on the third floor. Maybe they thought they needed an extender. Maybe they did have one. I don't know. I can't say that's a fact, but it could be. And that in turn, because I have one, okay, I can run my phone or anything out past out to my barn in the back if I want to heading down into the marsh area, and I still have like an excellent signal because I have an extender because of what I do. I wanted to make sure I had the best service. So now, typical reach indoors is typically 70 meters, approximately 230 feet, 4 modem systems, depending on home construction, of course. Outdoors can send up to 250 meters, over 800 feet in an open space without obstacles, such as in a clear open backyard. So, again, if we look at the construction of the house, like Moto said, it was garbage, very thin walls, and then there's a window. You have the modem right there. If they were to have gone to the white apartments, it's literally right there, folks, and it's a wide open space in between the whites and the house. There's nothing blocking anything there. There's no walls. There's not a lot of trees in that area. There's nothing there other than the walls of the house and the walls of the apartment. That's it. So it's a definite thought process, okay, and a definitely interesting. And again, I this is why I love my moderators because they do the things that I think before I think them. Thank you, Busy. As always, I appreciate you. And all of you guys that do this. Busy's constantly sending me things before I even ask her to, so thank you. I think I was doing it too, Lucy. That's crazy.
I mean, with Steve at this point, if he says that the sun is shining outside, I'm bringing a raincoat.
Everything has been questioned, Dylan. There's nothing that I can say that I am comfortably saying or comfortable saying that they have said because of things like this. Now, does he say things sometimes because he's told things? Sure. But then in turn, Dylan, you can tell, and Moto can say something to me, and I'll say, okay, that's interesting. And then I have to go look to make sure that's what you're supposed to do. You verify something. And then I'll come back and say, yeah, guys, this is true. Moto said this. We looked into it. This is what it was. That's what you should be doing, especially when you're talking to the whole world on a situation like this and you're going to tell them something. Yeah, their modem had an 11-mile radius. What? Like, I almost fell out of my chair, bro. That's insane. That is insane. I'm sorry. Maybe if they were on the roof trying to tune in Tokyo, I don't think you're right. Well, I'm just saying, depending on the situation, if they had an extender, it's possible because it is a distance to walk across that parking lot, across the road, and those apartments go down quite a ways and back. I don't know where they were at in the apartments, but you would have to get, I think there would have to be at least an extender to be able to provide a clean and clear signal over there, is my opinion, is all I'm saying. So
I'm not too sure because I mean I can sit here in my basement, I can look on my phone, I can look at the wireless networks that are available to me, and I can get tons from around my neighborhood.
what would you consider you think that distance is? Between that
That's
router.
between my router and their house,
No,
or the,
their router to the white apartments.
I bet you it's about, if we use Google Maps, I bet you it'd probably be about 100 feet, 125 feet.
Good point. Let me try something here real quick. Good point.
But yeah, I do find it interesting that it, like, I think Moscow PD and ISP, they were kind of lining up to pin everything on Showalter. So I
It
am
looks
kind of
that way.
I am curious to see. I'm not, if the whole threat from the Showalter family to the Goncalves family is legit. Because again, the only source that's coming from is Steve.
Right. That's what you have. You have to question it. You definitely have to question it. Okay. Let me see something here. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we will get to where I was going to get to, guys. But this is an interesting conversation. So, okay, here's the house. Okay. These are the white apartments right here. Trying to think of how I could do this on here. How could I put this in here to get? Well, let me see if this would make a difference. Choose a starting point. I don't even know an address, but
Isn't there a little measuring tool on there, like a little ruler?
A little what? Is
A
there?
little measuring tool.
I've never used it before. If there is, I'm looking right now. Is there? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold
So,
on.
okay, so if the girl, if Bethany and Dylan were in that on that part that's on the Queen Road side,
Yeah.
if they were there, yeah, you could conceivably still stay connected to that router. Oop,
Uh-huh.
but I would say it'd be a little bit more sketchy if it was you go back more into King Road. It would be a little bit tougher. On the other side, that's a lot of walls for it to go through, albeit thin. So if wherever they were, that's probably going to take you, maybe.
Could be. Let's see if this works.
Not likely.
No. I need an address is the problem.
Well, how about this? So the distance from 1122 King Road and where that camera was on 1112 King Road, that was approximately, what was it, 50 feet? That's what they said?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, so the width of a typical road is 22 feet. So 50 feet plus about another 22 feet. So you got 72 feet. You go about approximately another 20 feet from that roadway. You go, I guess it's north or south, whatever. You're right at the King Road. You're right at the White's apartments.
Yeah.
It's under 100 feet.
Right. I think I might have figured this out. Hold on. Yeah, that makes sense too, what you just said. So Taylor Avenue, 1122 King Road to 323 Taylor Avenue, which is directly on the other side of the road, would be the best. So let me do it that way. That was a good way to do that though, Moto. I like. Okay, hold on.
But we're also not sure on how thick the white apartment walls are. I would assume not very thick.
They don't
But
look to be, but you don't know, right? Let's see what this does.
yeah, it's going to take you
9 minutes. It's
because
point
it's
zero
taking you
point
out and
fourth
around.
of a mile walking. So from there to there, it's a 0.4 mile. So
Oh, because it's taking you out and around.
it did too. Cutting straight across, so it wouldn't. Damn it. Oh, wait a minute. That's because I put in the wrong. I'm way down there. I didn't need to be down there. So drag. That's what I was trying to drag route right here. Is what it says. So go from here to here.
You have Google Earth, like not Google Maps, but Google Earth.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Google Earth. It's really easy to do.
Hang on. I don't use this stuff very often, but when I do, I'm not real.
Yeah, if they were in that first little section there that is completely adjacent, when you get more into that wider part of the building, it might be a little bit.
Yeah.
But once you get to that other part, I think it's just too much. Not fast enough to be really using it, especially if you're going to be using Instagram, TikTok.
Right. Okay. So how do we use this, you guys? Because this is new for me. I have this, but I don't use it. Let me see here. Search Google Earth. Hold on. Somebody's
Yeah,
probably already
okay.
figured
So
this out.
just go search. Just search Moscow, We'll find out where the house is or where it was because it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
But
All right.
okay, so you see at the top of Google Earth, you see where there's like that little ruler right beside the funny bump map. Go to the left 2 more.
Right there.
There you go. Click that.
Yeah.
All right. So now after you click that, go to where the house was. So there's that sandy spot where they demolished the house. So right about there. That looks about right. Now click there.
And that's your first point.
Okay. Now go to the house. Okay, so
there.
that you can see right there, that's about 47. That's about 50 meters. So 50 meters divided by 3. So what's that?
Let me think. I'm not good with that. Give me 1 minute.
So sorry, 50 meters times 3. So that's about 150 feet. Sorry,
50
my bad.
times 3. Yeah. No, you're okay. Yeah, that's 150. So that is in that realm. For sure. What did
And
I tell
that's
you
right.
guys? That was she said, yeah. Indoors, outdoors, it said, yeah, that's definitely in that range. 150 feet, 45 meters indoors, and up to 300 to 1,500 feet outdoors, which is 990 to 450 plus meters. So it definitely fits in that range, for sure.
Yeah, but I would also be curious to like if Dylan and Bethany may have already had the other Wi-Fi password, and it would automatically jump.
Well, here's the thing, though, is it still would have to show it at it would the way it works is it has to show up at that address for them. That's what they would look for. So that being said, you know what I mean? It would make sense. It sounds plausible. And I think there was something else added. Yeah, you generally get a shorter, less stable range of Wi-Fi in an apartment complex compared to a detached house. This is due to high density, which causes significant signal interference from neighbors' routers, as well as physical building materials like concrete brick that absorb or block signals.
Yeah,
Here is why your Wi-Fi range is reduced in an apartment complex. High interference congestion. Just basically everybody in there that has Wi-Fi going on would cause congestion possibly. So, and then the dense building materials. So this, and the house is surrounded by apartment complexes. That's the other problem we would probably have. Okay. There's apartments to the right, to the left, in front. That could cause some congestion and confusion for that. But that's
It could, but they were also at the top of a hill.
That's true too. Yeah, that's a
so
good point.
everything's that beam is kind of beaming everywhere, right? There's not a lot of stuff that's actually the signal's actually bouncing off, so it has a very direct line of sight right over to the entire neighborhood essentially.
Right. Which, yeah, that's a good point. If you're at the top of that hill as compared to everybody else down in the valley, you're going to get more direct range than you would down in the valley. So that is a good point. Very good point. Smart guy, Moto. Smart guy. Appreciate that. Interesting thoughts. Interesting thoughts.
I wouldn't say that to my wife.
We'll keep it a secret then. I wouldn't say it to my wife either about me. So good point. Good point. All right. So the first thing I wanted to jump into, hey, nothing. Good to see you, dear. Oh, that's a good point. Let me tell you, I have raked all day. My arms and shoulders are hurting. Cannot imagine how fighting and jabbing 160 so times would leave you feeling if one person. I wouldn't be able to drive. That's a good point too. If they were ever on someone else's Wi-Fi, it will likely bounce it through an auto connection as well. Yeah, and it wouldn't show like Ann was saying about that. It wouldn't show them in the house if they were on somebody else's Wi-Fi. These are straight wood walls, not block, no metal lath. It is more transferable. Right. Good point, Mike. There's the Discord link for anybody that wanted to jump in the Discord. Thank you, Sleuther, dear. Appreciate you. Right there, she has it posted in the chat. So, all right, guys. So like I said, today we're rolling on victimology, but this is the first thing I wanted to jump into. It's a little bit separate, but it does play into the background of Ethan Chapin, Maddie, and Kaylee, and Xana to some extent. So this is Hudson Lindow, okay? And we're going to jump into this for this reason because this is playing in one of my theories has something to do with him, okay? And that's why we're doing this. This is the victimology on him, his situation, what happened at first, and then we're going to get into the rest of them. And this is coming. Go ahead.
I was just going to clarify that this was the person that fought with Ethan that night at the party, right?
No. This is Hudson Lindow was in a fraternity. He was very good friends with Ethan. He was found dead under a bridge. I think it was on some kind of a pond or something, or in a water ditch or something like that. He was found deceased under a bridge, and they basically said he froze to death. There's a lot more to that than what happened with him, and I have some thoughts and opinions as to what happened to the victims here and him, if there's any kind of a link, and that's why we're looking at him. That's all. David Loach was the one that supposedly fought with them at the fraternity, if that's which we're gonna get into him at some point too. So
I got the
Paradise
right.
Creek, thank you. That was it, Edie. Good point. It's okay. There's too many things to remember, bud. It's easy to get confused. So this video was presented to us again by Amber Vance. Thank her for that, and thank you, Amber, for putting out what you do. Always appreciate it, guys. Make sure if you have not yet checked her out, go check her out at least once or twice. She does some great stuff over there. Very interesting. But thank you to her for putting this out because this is very helpful to what we're talking about. So, again, this is Hudson Lindow, passed away before the murders happened. And it's very questionable as to why and how he did. So, let's check it out. Also, I'm going to let this play. I have to run to the little boys' room. I'll be right back. So.
Is it playing? No volume, Dago. Uh-oh. All right, so Dago's already in the bathroom, so yeah, I'm gonna have to fill the space until Dago. Yeah, I'm trying to talk. So, yeah, right. I gotta yell for Dago. Dad. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, he's probably making. Yeah, I mean, the whole Wi-Fi thing's interesting. I'm gonna defer to Occam's razor with that, as he they were at the house. They know exactly what happened. I don't think Dylan was threatened. Bethany acts more like she was threatened. But Loach could see from his window. Interesting. But yeah, once Dago gets back, we'll just start the video over and go from there. But I do like my favorite still in this is still JD, and it could what I could very well have seen happen is word gets back to JD that Kaylee's out there talking smack, saying that they're never, ever, ever, ever gonna get back to together. It's done. It's over. And he's got a limited window. A, on top of it, because Kaylee is moving off to Texas, and I know we talked about Kaylee in the past, and she had a lot of really hasty life just choices that she just kind of turned on. Yeah, go Dogs. But I don't even want to say Dylan protected Bethany, because like the story, like she didn't really throw Bethany under the bus, but I mean she didn't corroborate any of the stories. So, but yeah, it's just like Lana said last night. In this case, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2; it equals 9. So how do we get to 9? Like I think you have I think you have a couple of different motives. Let me know in the chat. Was there any sort of connection between Loach and between DeCour? Because those are the only two that I can think of off the top of my head with legitimate motives. And like I said, well, I feel like you would need 2 people per room.
Go ahead, bud. Sorry. I didn't mean to take that long.
You're all good.
What were you saying?
I was just going on my theory, like if there's any connection between DeCour and Loach.
I gotcha.
But even still, I'm just trying to think of the logistics of it. You would still need 2 people per room, unless Kaylee somehow scrambled away. You get that scream at 2:37, and it all goes downhill from there.
I gotcha.
Like, okay, here's the thing, Lisa. I know you think Showalter looks sus. I get the sus part. He does look suspicious, but the fact that it looks like they were trying to frame Showalter, and he was the only legitimate suspect to Moscow PD, leads me to believe the other way, just because of the lack of trust that I have with Moscow.
Well, and what they did to claim access, they said, to get to his apartment. I want to see this work order that was put in. I want to see proof of that. There was no sound on the video. Jesus, that's nice. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll fix it. But that's the thing. I want to see proof that there was a work order put in that they went into his apartment with. They lied about that, guys. Like Dylan's saying, they've lied about so much and done so much bullshit. I wonder if Jack Showalter, and if you listen to the interviews with all the girls that they were, all of them, like Kayla Wynn and all them, they all say the same thing. They all go directly to Jack Showalter, and I gotta wonder if that was something they were told. Just like you hear Van Leuven pointing, without doing it, but pointing to the adults. Okay, he's pushing that theory with these interviews. It's interesting.
And you look at the footage of them walking home with Showalter. Kaylee's not nervous, not really showing any signs of fear or anything. She's just walking.
Right.
And I mean, Maddie's having the time of her life.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? Showalter has some interesting issues, and some interesting background, but that doesn't mean that just because of that it was him. Okay, I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he's not involved. All I'm saying is that it looks like they're pushing this down his throat, is how I see it. But
I,
that could be
I think
wrong.
I think Schultz was the only one that mentioned the fight between Loach and Ethan, too.
Did he really?
I think so. It might have been in Lana's interview or Lana's channel.
That could be.
Nobody else in the Sigma party, nobody else that was at that party mentioned the fight.
Nobody has, right?
I think Showalter was the only one.
Well, that's interesting. That is definitely interesting. And what New Mexico 444 just said here is quite interesting too, because this is something that was brought up a long time ago. Knowing that Showalter is an avid hunter, so on and so forth, and he knew if there was a conversation that was going on, that whole "what did you say to Adam" thing. I wonder, what if he gave Maddie the K-bar to protect herself? I mean, that's an interesting theory, New Mexico. I never thought of that before, but that's a very interesting theory. I don't know. Welcome, Just Jackie. So I'm going to fix this video, you guys. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Dylan.
Do we know if Adam was at the corner club when Maddie was going off or when Kaylee was going off about Jack?
He was there. He was working there that night. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's when Maddie supposedly was talking to him, that whole "what did you say to him" thing. And I really would love to know what that conversation was. I think that would clarify some things for us.
Oh, of course, Adam's not going to divulge that.
As of now, I don't believe he has. Yeah. So let's try this again. I'm sorry about that, you guys. There should have been audio. My apologies. Hopefully there is now. Because this is something that needs to be seen and heard about Hudson for sure. So, Amethyst, good to see you, dear. Not Jack or Jack D or S. Look to the sorority sisters that don't take quitting lightly, Jesus. And their male counterparts, also Madison Moy, had a severe dislike for Maddie and Kaylee, pissed off. Yeah. No, I know. I remember. Good point. Still blown away after Ellie did to try to get Showalter and got nothing. That people still think it's him. Right. I understand. Absolutely.
Like, I get why Showalter is shady. I get it. But I just don't think I don't think he's a part of it. I think he is an innocent bystander that just got caught in the wrong place, wrong time.
Right. I get it. I'm still trying to break it all, separate it all for sure. It does. What you're saying does make sense too. So this is important for a couple of reasons, you guys, because if we're trying to figure out a motive, this thing that went down with Hudson Lindow is very important in my opinion. Okay. Him and Ethan were very close. The night that this all went down, Ethan, Kaylee, and Xana, I think, were there. Okay. I think Maddie might have been in as well, where this all started at and went down. And my understanding is that, I don't have proof, but how I understand this is that Jack Decor was the one feeding Hudson the alcohol at the fraternity that night, overfeeding him the alcohol. And then this happened. So it put a question mark in my mind, is all I'm telling you with this. And this is why I want this to be seen. So there's that. And hopefully we'll be able to hear it this time and we'll go from there. So
it's going to be a little bit different than the others because at the University of Idaho, just a few months before the quadruple homicide of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Dun, dun, dun. The intro. Before we start talking about Hudson, I do need to make an important correction to my last video. When we were talking about, because not only was it of knife sheath, so thank you, Levi, in the spring of 2022, his field of study was environmental science. And like many college students.
Can you guys hear it now? I hope.
He joined the Greek system and he became a pledge for Sigma Chi. Hudson was known to be a good friend It said he was empathetic, kind, goofy, and funny. He had a beautiful smile. He was an amazing big brother, a champion swimmer, and an avid skier. And he wanted to travel the world. But that opportunity, along with his future, was stolen from him on April 30th, 2022. Unfortunately, I do not have as many details on Hudson as I wish that I did. There's very little about him online. Though we don't have a lot of details, we do know one very important detail that could be of particular interest to us.
Just so you guys know, I tried to FOIA his information and everything. Denied. Completely denied. So there's a reason there's no reason that should happen. So think of that too, is all I'm saying.
Because on the night of April 30th, 2022, the last night of Hudson's life, he attended a frat party. That frat party was the Delta Tau Delta 90th annual ball. And remember, the DTD frat was the frat that Jack Showalter and his bestie, Connor Chestnut, both belonged to. Like I said, we don't have many details, so we don't know a lot about what happened that night. But it seems there may have been some type of incident at that formal event or at a party afterwards, maybe. I can't be sure because, like I said, there's not a lot of details to give me any real insight here. But what is known is that on May 1st, 2022, right around 11:30 a.m., someone walking along a bike trail spotted Hudson laying face down in Paradise Creek near the bridge on College Street. He was found shirtless and partially submerged in the few inches of water where...
Mind you, this kid was on the swim team. Now, I understand this is just a creek. It's not a pool. And if he was really drunk, you lose your ability to do certain things. But this is still something to remember is all I'm saying.
Hudson was found was just down the street from the DTD frat house. But MPD immediately announced no foul play suspected. And weeks before a toxicology report even came back, Hudson's death was ruled an accidental drowning. They said Hudson likely got too drunk and wandered away from the party by himself. He has just wandered shirtless down the street and fell into the creek where he drowned. A champion swimmer, by the way, drowned in a few inches of water. A true tragedy, but one not uncommon at U of I, because in 2013, another 18-year-old was found dead in that same creek. In that case, no foul play was suspected either. But I would like to know exactly how Hudson wandered away shirtless into that creek from a frat house that was not his. I mean, where were his friends? Where was his date? Why did no one see Hudson leave? But more importantly, what happened at that frat party?
Where were his frat brothers? Where were his frat brothers at? Just like Riley Strain, they're supposed to watch his back when he's drinking or doing stuff like this. Where were they at?
Because I believe that something did. Because while the official cause of death says that it was an accidental drowning, Hudson's death is openly discussed as a hazing-related death, a hazing-related incident. And I don't think a lot of people realize the sheer amount of hazing-related deaths at universities across the country. It's horrible. And I don't understand why the Greek system is even allowed to exist if they can't quit killing each other. But I will say, I was under the impression that hazing was mainly within the same frat. Like the frat houses hazed their own members, not that the frats or the sororities would haze members of other sororities or frats. Do y'all get what I'm saying here? I thought it was like an in-house thing. The certain fraternities, sororities did it to their own people only. But I've been informed that that's not really the case. Apparently, freshmen are generally given a hard time from everybody, other freshmen included, along with members of any other house they may end up socializing in. But it does seem that most often the hazing incidents include alcohol, mass amounts of alcohol consumed very rapidly. But there is also plenty of examples where the hazing just seems like literal mental and physical torture. Literally. Like they're just using the word hazing instead of the word torture to make it seem more acceptable. I don't think either of those things are acceptable. And it seems that it is very, very rare for the fraternity or its members to be held accountable for these types of incidents. I would not feel safe sending my kids to a university. Like, please go to a community college and stay away from the Greek houses. It really is beyond me how anyone inside the Greek system puts up with that. And not only put up with it, but then turn around and do it to others. Why? Why is this a thing? Because that also makes me wonder for the amount of accidental hazing-related deaths or serious injuries that happen, which are all ruled accidental, no foul play suspected, no one held responsible. And since the members know that these incidents are likely to be written off that way, it makes me wonder how many hazing deaths actually did begin with malicious intent. They set out to hurt somebody under the guise of hazing. Now, I'm not.
Thank you, Amethyst.
Not trying to insinuate that happened to Hudson, that anybody did anything to him with malicious intent. I don't know that. I don't know what happened to Hudson that night. I'm not even sure if we did get a hold of the case file that it would really say what really happened to Hudson that night. So I'm not really sure there's any real way to find out unless someone grows a conscience and wants to come forward about that one day. But unfortunately, some of the attendees at that party cannot come forward even if they wanted to, even if they knew what happened to Hudson that night, because 6 months later, they also lost their lives at the University of Idaho. We can be absolutely sure, 100% positive, that at least 2 of the 4 Idaho 4 victims were also at the DTD 90th annual ball that night. And we know this because the next day, May 1st, the day that Hudson was found, the DTD frat posted a photo carousel on Instagram. And this was captioned, "Babushka. The 90th annual ball was a huge success. We couldn't have had more fun with all of our amazing dates." First off, what does babushka mean? Doesn't that mean grandmother?
That's what I thought it meant. Because the other side of me is Slovak. That's what we call my grandmother. So that's what I thought.
In Polish or Russian or Slavic languages or something? Does it have another meaning that I don't know about? Because why would they caption it that? Grandmother. I don't think that's what that means. But also, doesn't the rest of that caption seem a little insensitive? If a guy that was in attendance at the party died and was pulled from the creek that day, and then you're going to post the party and say, we couldn't have had more fun with all of our amazing dates. Their ball was a huge success, even though someone died at it. It seemed a little rude to me. It seems rude, but none of that is even the point. The point is the picture they posted. When you zoom in, there's some familiar faces at this ball. There's Emily Allant, Xana's best friend, right up front. Over here is Mason B., the guy that Kaylee was casually hooking up with. And by the hair, I suspect that that's Connor lurking behind him. And right here in this circle, right smack in the middle, you see Maddie and Ashlyn Couch, the 6th roommate of 1122 King Road. Remember, Ashlyn was best friends with Maddie, and she lived with Maddie at the King Road house that spring semester. Ashlyn was supposed to be the 6th roommate that fall semester too, but she decided not to come back, which is why there was a spare bedroom at the King Road house. But Maddie and Ashlyn were very close that spring semester and that fall semester too. They still talked all the time. And right here in this picture, we can see them right there together. Ashlyn in the green dress and Maddie smiling behind her. But then let's expand this circle and look. Behind them is Xana and Jack Showalter. Showalter is peeping over Maddie's head, and next to him, you can see half of Xana's face. In the next photo, Ashlyn is front and center. Apparently, she was the something of the frat. I have no idea how to say this word or what it means. Maybe somebody familiar with the Greek community can tell us. But you can see Ashlyn's name tagged in the caption. So one of Maddie's roommates and one of her best friends was like the lady of honor of the DTD frat. Because I'm assuming that's what this means in some degree. But like I said, if anybody familiar with Greek life can tell me for sure, that would be great. And when we zoom in, we can see Ashlyn right in the middle in her green dress. Then in one of the groups, we can find Connor Chestnut. There's no Jack Showalter here, but he does appear in this next photo. And there they are. Connor Chestnut and Jack Showalter side by side. Besties for the resties. And in the next photo, here's the group with their dates. Here's Emily Allant. There's Connor Chestnut and his date. Jack Showalter and his date. Mason Barstow and his 2 dates. Very cute picture of a bunch of familiar faces at that 90th annual ball. And somebody in the comments said that no self-respecting Pi-Phi would be hanging out with the Delts and that social circle doesn't exist. But apparently these Pi-Phis did hang out with the Delts because Maddie and her friends were heavily intertwined with this fraternity. So maybe that's different on other campuses. Y'all know I've said it a bunch of times. I'm not familiar with the Greek community like that. So I don't know. I am curious why y'all said that though. Why would a Pi-Phi not hang out with a Delt? But I guess regardless of the reason, maybe at the University of Idaho, these 2 houses were better. I don't know. I would love somebody very, very familiar with the Greek community to explain some of this. Because apparently at the University of Idaho, the Pi-Phis did hang out with the Delts. But this party, where we see Maddie, Xana, Jack Showalter, Connor Chestnut, Mason Barstow, all major names in the Idaho 4 case, they were all together at this party. And this is the party that ended Hudson's life. And I find it very notable that Jack Showalter and Connor Chestnut were at that party. And it also made me wonder about some of the incidents and hazing allegations listed in the Idaho 4 documents, like in Mason Barstow's interview, which was ISP number 44. When he was asked about Connor, he said that Connor is known as a night owl. They usually don't see him until about noon. He said Connor has popped up on the university's radar a couple of times because of blank. I want to say this says Showalter, but it might not. Then it says, Connor got into a fight at Corner Club one night, and just recently, approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago, got into a fight at a blank sorority formal. Mason said all of them were at the Corner Club and nobody saw the altercation, and that the university is still looking into the fight at the formal event. Mason said he was gone the weekend of the formal, but it looks like Connor was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got caught in the middle of the altercation. The DTD house is now waiting to hear if they are on suspension or not, based on the formal incident and a couple of hazing allegations. Then it says Connor and blank were both involved in the incident at the formal and are knocking on death's door. They will probably get cut from the chapter. Now that second name is interesting because it is not Jack Showalter's. The blank spaces are different. This is someone with a short last name and not a very long first name either. But whoever it was, it seems that he was the one that instigated the altercation. I do wonder if I can reason this name out. I might try to go through the DTD names I know of and see. In Jack Showalter's second interview, he also brought up issues going on with the frat. He said the most recent issues was a video of freshmen hazing other freshmen. A parent had seen a video of freshmen throwing another freshman's bed out of the fraternity house, second floor window. Oh, I would lose it. If that was my kid, whoo. Nope. F some charges. Okay, I'm fighting everybody. But then Showalter also mentioned the sorority formal. He said there were 2 issues at the formal. The first involved Connor and blank, the other guy. The other guy was picking on a guy at the party, calling him Kermit the Frog. Eventually, a scuffle broke out, and Connor was just backing up the other guy once the scuffle started. The second happened at the same party when it looks like some freshmen.
These are the same documents we were going through last night, per se, about the same some stuff. So, yeah.
From a different fraternity started throwing hangers and damaging the facility. And when Connor's mom was interviewed over the phone, she also mentioned that the frat was on suspension from events a couple of years ago. The current members have to clean up from the past. I don't think that Connor was completely honest with his mama. I don't think she had any idea that her son was caught up in the reasons the frat was probably on suspension.
Nope.
But someone did also ask why Connor's mom was interviewed when other parents were not interviewed. And that's a good question. A good question with an interesting answer. They interviewed Connor's mama because someone called in a tip pretending to be her. In ISP number 37, Jack's second interview. He told police that Connor did inform him someone had called a tip into police pretending to be his mother. And in Connor's mom's interview, which is ISP 43, the very first thing she told them was that she did not call a tip in. She has never called. Makes you wonder what that tip was that somebody called in, pretending to be Connor's mom. Chances are it was about Connor, which makes you wonder who
and why. Okay. That's my big point here. Why? Like you're trying to point the finger at somebody on purpose to draw attention away from other things, maybe. Very interesting point.
called that in. But obviously, this incident is not directly related to Hudson. 3 to 4 weeks ago, in November 2022, would have put it like Octoberish, maybe late Septemberish. Definitely not in the spring, not April, May, when this happened to Hudson. But I swear there.
Thank you, Witchy says, why? 0 pics, videos of any 11, 12, 13 activities. We need to audit 4 years of social media accounts of everyone interviewed. Very good point, Witchy. Huge point. And thank you. Real quick, thank you for that. 1 minute. Looks like number 3 out of 5 towards our goal already. You guys are killing it. Thank you so much, Witchy. You're amazing. God bless. But yeah, that's a great question. Why? Where are they? Were they told not? Did everybody take down all their social media stuff, all their pictures, and so on and so forth? You got to wonder, guys. Truly and honestly is all I'm saying. Tina Marie, hello and welcome.
I just wish the Wayback Machine was a lot more accurate.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think they even pulled shit from that. To be honest with you, that's my opinion. But
yeah, I tried to see if I could get into to Dylan and Bethany's Instagram before they locked it using the Wayback Machine.
yeah,
Nothing.
No, you can't. I tried that a long time ago. Even some of the Venmo stuff has disappeared that I was finding at one point. Little by little, this shit is being scrubbed all over the place. And Fizzy's right. They've been scrubbed and probably were the first week. I agree with that. Some things we could still find, but very quickly. I mean, they even took down, guys, if you think about it, when we covered Kaylee, they took down Kaylee's LinkedIn, did what they did and put it back. I'm going to give it a couple days, folks. Within the first few days, they started scrubbing shit like quick, in my opinion. Secret Service, FBI were involved, and they deal with electronics and stuff. Think about that for a minute. But just wondering. Just wondering is all I'm saying. On we go.
There was a statement that mentioned an incident in the spring. I can remember it. I can almost see it on the paper, but I could not track it down. I could not find that document. But I really think there was one that mentioned some type of incident the previous spring. But just by knowing what we do, we can tell that the DTD frat has a long history of hazing and accidents and fighting, and it still does. The University of Idaho Fall 2025 hazing report also lists Delta Tau Delta for hazing of new members, including the provision of alcohol and forced or encouraged alcohol consumption during bid day and week following bid day, and the new member process, the use of demerits as punishment, and requiring mandatory tasks to remove demerits, forced servitude. Ridiculous. Forced servitude, forced alcohol consumption. How are those things not considered foul play, especially if someone ends up dead from some of this stuff? If the same things would have happened off a university campus, that would have been foul play, would it not? I don't understand how hazing is considered just commonplace. Now, am I insinuating that our 2 frat boy besties could have been involved with Hudson's death? Hell, maybe. Maybe I am. I don't know. I can't say for sure that they were, but I don't believe that to be a far-fetched thought, seeing as how we know that both Showalter and Connor were known for fighting, for being aggressive, and for hazing underclassmen, which is why the freshman sober driver was warned to stay away from them, because they were known to be aggressive to the underclassmen.
So let me ask a question here at this point. This is why we're doing this. in the victimology stuff that we watched with Ethan and the Sigma Chi guys, so on and so forth, Delta was referred to how many times, you guys, even by Van Leuven himself. And you could actually hear it in the background. I can't remember which interview it was. Brought up the Delta, and Van Leuven did this whole and was probably making a face like, you know what I mean? So he even made a statement, I have an idea of who it was. And here these guys are. Here this is. We're hearing about this. There's nothing out there to find it, so on and so forth. I mean, it's very interesting if you think about it, okay? Very interesting. And the way it kind of lines up. Hey, Leah. Microdot, good to see you as well. If things happen off campus, it could mean jail time, but on campus, yeah, 100%. They do this all the time. And that, yeah, Van Leuven was Sigma Chi too. That's another problem. So, Lady Juzzy, good to see you. I can shut down a LinkedIn page. You can do it from anywhere with the correct code. Right. Well, Steve claims that it was the FBI that did it, but yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, it definitely was, Mike. He was definitely referring to something. So, just saying.
Yeah, I mean they all but just outright said, "Hey, it's someone from Delta."
Basically, yeah, 100%. Now, were they doing that to draw attention from something else and put it on this, or were they doing that because they really believe that? We don't know because we don't trust this. None of it. Just saying. Just saying. And again, the police officer that was doing these interviews was Sigma Chi alumni. Big conflict of interest. Big problem. So don't forget that.
And I do find it interesting that the one person that we know from Delta is the only one that mentioned the fight that happened the night of the murders.
Well, there's a few people that are Delts that were questionable, to say the least. I'll say that. So very interesting. Senor says, I think Josie is the link to Koberger. Interestingly enough, we don't hear nothing about or with Josie. If you think about it, if a DoorDash driver would have been attacked like that in any other normal city, someone would have went to jail. But yeah, oh yeah, that's a fact. Period. That is a fact, Tomboy. It's what pisses me off about it. So, sorry to interrupt, but yes, good point.
Classmen like Hudson. And Jack Showalter said himself, when asked about him and Connor's fights, that they didn't look to hurt people. It usually just happened, and it tended to be people from other fraternities. I'm not trying to say that it is a fact that they were involved with anything, but what I am saying is that that is not a far-fetched thought. It makes me uncomfortable knowing that Showalter and Connor were at the same party as Hudson that night. It makes me very uncomfortable. And I find it more than a little notable that this was a party attended by at least 2 other students who would also wind up dead 6 months later. That's not normal, y'all. This many kids shouldn't be dying at their school. But we do know that Maddie and Xana were there. I don't believe Kaylee was there, but it could be possible that Ethan was there as well. Because while I cannot prove this either, it has long been said that Hudson and Ethan were friends. And we do know and can prove that Hudson did run in their circles, because that spring semester, Maddie was living at 1122 King Road. She still had her same room she would be in the fall. So Maddie was already in the King Road house. And though Xana did not live with her that semester, Xana was Maddie's neighbor. Xana lived in the long 1-story house right beside 1122. This house was apparently nicknamed the Shark Tank. And oh, look, here's Hudson, smiling and hugging his friends right beside Xana's house, with the King Road house looming in the background. Is that not eerie? Also in this picture, though, I want y'all to note this because I don't think a lot of people realize those 2 houses next to the King Road house. One is 1112 King Road. It's the one with the camera. The one right next to it is the long 1-story house that pretty much shares a backyard with 1122. Well, looking at where Hudson is standing, look over their shoulder and you can see a gate. There is a gate right there between those 2 houses that leads directly from the King Road house. Remember, after November 13th, there were footprints found in the backyard leading towards the fence, I think leading towards that gate. I have also heard, and like I said, I do not know if this is a fact or if it's just rumor after the fact, but that Hudson was seeing or dating, or he liked a girl that was friends with Xana. And that's how Hudson knew Xana and Ethan. And that does make sense to me. And looking at the picture with Hudson standing there right beside where Xana lived, yeah, it makes sense. So while I can't say for sure that Ethan and Hudson were friends, that does seem probable to me. And thanks to some newly released interviews with some of Ethan's other friends, Ethan's frat brothers from Sigma Chi, which were FOIA'd and obtained by Connor H8. Appreciate you, man. Y'all can go to his page to see those interviews, and they're pretty interesting. But thanks to those interviews, I can now say with full confidence that Sigma Chi did have problems with the DTD frat. And it also seems that the cops may have had their eyes on a couple of delts too. In one of those interviews, the interview with Conrad Harrison, he said that he commonly hung out over at 1122. And the cops asked if there were ever any fights at any of the parties or any issues over there. And the guy said no. But then the cop point blank asked, there's a lot of delts and betas that hang over there, right? And the guy answered yes, that it was really only those three houses that hung out over there. Delts, Beta, and Sigma Chi, which makes perfect sense because as we know now, the delts are heavily intertwined with the residents of the King Road house, more so even than Sigma Chi. Maddie's boyfriend, Jake, was a delt. Their friends were delts. Kaylee was casually seeing a delt. Bethany was casually seeing a delt. Then the betas are Beta Theta Phi, which is Jack DeCour's fraternity, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. And then obviously we know that Sigma Chi is Ethan's. So that makes perfect sense for those three frat houses to be hanging out at the King Road house. Then Conrad, the guy in the interview, said there weren't any physical fights between the different frat guys at the house, but said that he did know of a couple of delts getting into fights at different places down the street, but he didn't know of any issues involving the girls. Well, that's funny because we happen to know of a couple fighting delts that lived down the street from the King Road house. So that also checks out. The guy also told police that Ethan didn't have any problems with anyone. But when the officer asked if there was anyone that Ethan just didn't like or that he just didn't get along with, they couldn't get along with each other. So they tended to avoid each other. And there was this weird long pause, like the guy almost seemed to hesitate. But then he answered, I think maybe just some of the delts. I don't know if I'd necessarily name specific people, though. There were a lot of interesting little comments in those interviews, but we'll get back to all of those more later when we dive into Ethan and Xana's social circle. But I find it extremely telling as I sat there and listened to each of these interviews, one by one, that in every single one, the police seem to steer the questions into the direction of the Delta Tau Delta frat. The cops found a way to question every single one of them boys, Sigma Chi boys, about that frat. And almost every single one of them had something to say. And I also find it extremely notable that two of these Sigma Chi guys made it very clear that they believe it could be someone from inside the Greek community or at the University of Idaho that committed the quadruple homicide at the King Road house. Because we were just talking about Conrad's interview, I'll add Conrad's clip here.
So of the circles of friends that Ethan was, so big circle up here, the Greek
I was going to go to this too, so bear with it.
System, the university at large, versus some random stranger. Do you think that it's somebody in the Greek system? Do you think it's somebody outside the Greek system?
I think it would have to be someone inside the Greek system.
To me, it says something that the frat boys held that opinion. But I also, when I was listening to the very last interview that just came out, I didn't write his name down. I think it was Sean. Maybe it was John. Oh no. Sean or John was the interview. And I did not write this down, so I can't remember exactly word for word what it said. So run over to Connor's page and listen to that if you want the exact quote. He talked about how he also hung out at the King Road house a lot and that it was mostly delts that hung out over there and that there were never any fights at their parties, but that there was a guy there, one of the delts, that the Sigma Chi guys had problems with. and he remembered seeing that guy over there, but he could not remember the guy's name. And the police even handed him the roster of the DTD frat members, and he was not able to pick the name out. But he remembered the guy's face, and he said that he had a very unique face or a very distinctive face. I didn't write the quote down. I can't remember exactly, but something along those lines. And that just makes me wonder about which DTD member would have been hanging out at the King Roadhouse a lot, that the Sigma Chi guys would remember him being there, when most people, when they talk about the Delts, talk about the two Delts always fighting folks, always causing problems, which were Jack Showalter and Connor Chestnut. So it makes me wonder if it was Connor they were talking about. I don't know that it was, but it makes me wonder. That is all I really have for y'all on this subject today. I know this is kind of a short video, but I really wanted to make sure that this got put into this Idaho 4 series. It has always really bothered me that Hudson Lindow died May 1st. 6 months later, 4 more University of Idaho kids die. And just a few months before Hudson, another University of Idaho student died, a girl named Hannah. There's actually a very long list of University of Idaho deaths. And I actually made a video about some of those on TikTok months and months ago. I don't even know how long ago, kind of outlining some of those. And I didn't even get all of them in that video. It is insane, the amount of young people who have lost their lives at that university. But the connection between Hudson and the DTD frat and the Idaho 4 victims' connections to the DTD frat, I think that opens up room for some questions, some further inquiry. Because while I realize that coincidences can and do happen, I don't believe coincidences happen this often. And I think this raises some strong enough questions that Hudson Lindow also needs to be on the Idaho 4 record. So this is all I got today. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of the day.
Again, thank you, Amber. Great video. It makes great points with this. And it's always been part of one of my theories about Hudson. You know, looking at the victimology of the victims themselves, this links to them. Okay. And that's why we watch this to that aspect. Any thoughts, Dylan, on this at all? With what we've seen, heard, or anything you know already?
I mean, when it comes to the Sigma Chi's and the Deltas, it's like find a diehard Michigan fan that's going to say something nice about Ohio State, and vice versa. They are going to pin every single bad thing that's ever happened to the University of Idaho on each other. So, and I mean, take it with a grain of salt, I guess.
That's a good point. I do agree. I do agree. 1 minute here. Let me show you something real quick.
And as far as Hudson Lindow goes, I'm not surprised by the FOIA denial that you got. Did anything come out as far as like a toxicology report or anything like that?
I can't get any of it. Hey, Dale. None of it. Altruistic. Good to see you. No worries. No worries at all. Yeah, I can't get any of it.
Yeah, that's probably because his blood alcohol level is not going to read high enough to justify a champion swimmer drowning in just a few inches of water.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that is going to come out of Moscow PD I am going to trust. They are all about protecting the University of Idaho because they know exactly who their cash cow is. And Leah, it's not ChatGPT, it is Grok. I don't use ChatGPT.
No, I get it. I get it. I'm going to show you a couple little things here real quick in regards to this stuff. Just a couple, and just bear with it, please.
Incident involving alcohol is under investigation at Penn State University. As the student recovers, the university has now placed a frat on suspension. Now, News reporter Trang Dell is live in the CBS 3 News Center with all the details. Trang, good morning.
Well, good morning, Rahel and Jim. Yes, Penn State has already been dealing with a high-profile fraternity scandal following the death of Beta Theta Pi pledge Timothy Piazza back in February. That fraternity is now permanently banned from campus, but meanwhile, Delta Tau Delta is on an interim suspension while investigators look into how a student was hurt after an alleged night of drinking at the fraternity house. Penn State's Delta Tau Delta fraternity under scrutiny after police found an underage student unresponsive in a parking lot on September 28th. Investigators suspect the 18-year-old male student was heavily intoxicated when he tripped and fell and was knocked unconscious.
It's a common thing in college campuses, whether it be Greek life. If you're talking about drinking, there's a lot of drinking on college campuses in this country.
While the Office of Student Conduct looks into the matter, the university has suspended Delta Tau Delta on an interim basis. This latest black eye on Greek life at the school comes under increased social restrictions on fraternities following the death of Timothy Piazza in February from a fall during an alcohol hazing ritual at Beta Theta Pi. In a statement, the Piazza family wrote, "This serious situation is an important test of the resolve of Penn State to enforce their commitment to new regulations and policies." Students CBS News spoke to say they've already noticed a difference.
I've only been here for a year, but I feel like Greek life has changed significantly since past events.
And Central.
Okay, hang on. Fizzy, that was funny as hell. I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, I kind of want to point that towards. You have the similarity. You have university in a small town. University is a cash cow. I mean, it's just like the whole Sandusky thing with Penn State. Everybody knew what was going on. Nobody said anything because, in Penn State's case, football above all. For Moscow PD, it is the University of Idaho above all.
And fraternities above all, for sure.
Well, yeah.
At U of I, for sure. Welcome, PG. So here's another situation, real quick.
Another fraternity is out. The governing body of Delta Tau Delta tonight has suspended their charter there as they now move forward with pulling the charter effective immediately. A rep for the national fraternity says the move was necessary after repeat violations tied to multiple instances of hazing. The governing body.
Now, this isn't just a suspension here at Indiana University. They pulled their charter, folks. They don't exist there anymore and cannot.
He says hazing is absolutely contrary to their values and will not be tolerated. That fraternity chapter has been in the spotlight after a now former student sued both the fraternity and university for negligence, claiming a fraternity member sexually assaulted her. The suit is still pending. The fraternity brother at the center of that had been on probation.
There are
1 minute. Sorry.
I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Anything that happens in a fraternity or a sorority is going to stay in the sorority, or you're going to be finding people floating down a creek.
Right. That is agreed. And that's the problem. So, as I'll show you here in a minute, what I'm going to get at. Just a minute. One minute. Now, this is local to me, okay? Very local to me. This is actually the school Kim went to from Typically Unique. 1 minute.
fraternity at Kent State University is suspended. Delta Tau Delta is facing review of its operations after allegations of conduct disruptive to the university, according to a statement from Kent State. The Delta Tau Delta Central Office says it is cooperating with the university and expects the suspension will be lifted once the review is finished. It's not clear what conduct led to the suspension. Well, one of Kent State University's most popular fraternities has been ordered to cease and desist, at least for now. As Andrew Horansky explains, the reason behind it remains unclear.
On the eve of spring break, near the edge of Kent's campus, the Delta Tau Delta House is silent, ordered by the university to suspend all activities. Sources say the decision first came from the fraternity's national chapter, telling Channel 3 News in a statement that they're placing the chapter on an interim suspension to review its internal operations, that they're working with Kent State's administration, and that the suspension will be lifted once the review is complete. Tonight, a spokesman for the university echoed the same, but what exactly happened still isn't known, with the fraternity just months ago making news over something good, raising sexual assault awareness by hanging a sign that read, "Consent Matters." Doing a
Oh
good
boy.
month, students say it is possible for their peers to do a not-so-good one the next.
Kids, they mess up. Yeah. Some mess ups are bigger than others.
Is it a mystery at all on campus? Are students talking about it at all?
Not really. It's kind of a mystery. I don't
Okay, a mess up is not sexual assault and people being killed. So, just saying.
think a lot of these things
Whoopsie
come
daisy.
out much.
We may never know what happened.
Yes.
The reason not believed to be hazing or assault, though clearly misbehavior in some form. We checked with Kent Police, even the DEA, to see if they've had any problems at the house or proof of anything criminal. Both answered no. Reporting from Kent, I'm Andrew Horansky.
Multiple, and this is all over the United States, not just in Idaho. That was a hell of a downplay, though. You guys are right. It's pathetic. Kids being kids. Kids mess up. Like, are you serious? I'm sorry, but when a woman is sexually assaulted or somebody ends up murdered, that's not a mess up, sweetheart. That's a problem. Okay. Good God.
A little bit more than a whoopsie daisy.
And the Delta Tau Delta, the Delts. If you guys are familiar with the Garza case that we've referred to in the Idaho 4 case, the Garza v. Moscow type situation, guess what fraternity that involves? Delta Tau Delta, folks. Again. So again, I'm not trying to say that this is the answer to anything. Oh shit. Hold on a minute.
Would you break this time, old timer? Well, it looks like Dago either broke something
Sorry.
or found something.
No. There's an article in here under the stuff I was going through. Will Ferrell used to be in a fraternity, and he's part of an organization that wants to ban fraternities permanently. So that says something when you're a frat person that wants to get rid of them yourself. You know, that's interesting. So anyway,
Here's the thing, though. Like I know fraternities and sororities, they're not the greatest places to be and greatest things to be a part of. But you get rid of them, they're going to get replaced with something. That's the problem.
yeah, I agree. I do agree. I do agree. Live life to the fullest. Welcome, dear. Do we think Ethan could have been the CI since he was cool with everyone? It's a thought that I've had. I wouldn't put it past there. Snooper, welcome. Good to see you. We have not yet. From my understanding, Snooper, we have not yet. I don't know that we will either. He may not have agreed to do it, but we should, in my opinion. All right, guys, 1 second. I'm trying to find something else I was going to show you real quick. 1 minute. Go ahead,
And
Dylan. Whatever you're going to say.
I was going to say, if Kaylee's the CI, then she was doing a terrible job by being absolutely nowhere.
Considering nobody knew her, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody knew Kaylee. Who's Kaylee? Some of them couldn't even say her name right.
And again, yeah, the guy that's over there every freaking day, nonetheless. But like, it.
Yep.
I lost my train of thought after that. What was I going to say? was I going to say? I completely forgot what I was going to say. So.
What'd you say, bro?
I was just saying I completely forgot what I was going to say.
It happens all the time. All the time.
I think I'm getting secondhand Alzheimer's from you, Dago.
What'd you say? I forgot. Woman.
Although, while you're looking through whatever you're looking through, I will say something nice about one of your teams in football.
Okay.
I do like who the Browns hired as their head coach.
Who? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they hired Jeff Monken or Todd Monken. He was
I
the
know
OC,
that name.
He was the OC for the Ravens, and he was the OC for Georgia when they won the 2 national titles. Dago's
Did not know. I've heard his name, but I don't know that per se.
Yeah, he won 2 national titles as the offensive coordinator for Georgia, and then he was the offensive coordinator for Baltimore.
Gotcha. King's Chess Club, welcome. Interesting. Definitely interesting what you're saying. So we're gonna delve a little bit into Xana and what went down with Xana, some things of interest about her. That's where we're going today with in some aspect. It's a stealing story, went way over his own head. Shut your mouth, Tomboy. Tomboy, I swear to she doesn't like me. Every day she picks on me worse than you do. At least 6-7 times a day. Just saying.
I mean, I'd pick on you more often, but my DMs seem to get lost in the ether.
Gee, I wonder why. Candace Morin, welcome. Welcome, Candace. Great to have you today. Down, lose charter, cool off period, rebuild with new. Yeah. Yeah, they do that a lot. That way it eliminates the situation per se. Doc J, good to see you. All right, let's check this out, you guys. It's interesting. Mostly about Santa per se. 1 minute here. And this is all stuff we already know, obviously, but it's the way it's broke down. So. Let me know if you have problems here.
Or deaths, homicides?
Yes.
And can you give us a manner of death? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
stabbings.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe these could be a like a murder suicide or?
No, they're 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be, at least in Washington, a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if those were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
We have a dilemma. We have a conflict with 1:19 a.m. state of Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, which we all heard with our own ears. The dilemma that we have is not about the level of amphetamine that was measured in each Xana and Ethan post-mortem, nor is our dilemma over the blood alcohol content during an autopsy that was allegedly conducted in them 3 days and then some after.
Be right back, guys. I gotta grab more coffee. I'll keep letting this play.
After their deaths. The autopsy information that I have in front of me informs me that Ethan Chapin's alcohol level was measured at 0.122. Sana Kernodle, post-mortem, had a blood alcohol content level of 0.229. One can assume that this measurement was taken on the date recorded on the autopsy report. Based on the information submitted from the autopsy, Xana had a higher level of alcohol level than did Ethan. What does this mean? Well, if Xana was alive with a blood alcohol content level of 0.229, she'd be considered dazed and confused. Ethan, on the other hand, with his blood alcohol content level of 0.122, would be considered drunk, with impaired judgment and perception. Xana and Ethan also had, post-mortem, a level of amphetamine which showed up in their autopsy reports. Then we have the amphetamine levels recorded in the reports. Although Xana had a higher level of alcohol than Ethan did, Ethan, 3 days plus deceased, had a much higher measurement of amphetamine in his tissue at the time of autopsy, which was 8 in the morning on the 16th of November, well over 72 hours after he died. During Xana's autopsy, conducted at 11:15 in the morning, 3 hours after Ethan's, revealed a much lower level of amphetamine. We are not yet at our dilemma. Thank you for your patience. Before we get to our problem with Xana Kernodle, we must consider the following. 1. The way that amphetamines, or in this case, Adderall, interacts with the alcohol. 2. The effect of death on the body's level of alcohol. And 3. The body's amphetamine level and what it does upon death. Let's briefly focus our attention on how the body responds when an ingestion of Adderall is chased with alcohol. We will be back in a moment.
Adderall and alcohol, how do they interact? Did you know that in 2021, there were over 41 million prescriptions for Adderall dispensed in the US alone? This is a shocking number, but beyond these numbers lies a hidden danger: the risky interaction between Adderall and alcohol. Combining these substances can lead to heart failure, overdose, and a host of other serious health issues. There's growing concern, especially among college students, where misuse of Adderall and the culture of drinking often collide. Here's another data point for you. According to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's, 3.7% of full-time college students have engaged in non-medical prescription drug use in the past month, often alongside alcohol. This dangerous mix can mask the effects of intoxication, leading to deceptive levels of sobriety and a perilous path of overconsumption. In short, Adderall and alcohol are a dangerous combination. But before we dive into the dangers, let's talk about what Adderall is and how it's commonly misused. What is Adderall and how is it used? Adderall, a combination of amphetamine and dextromethorphan, is a central nervous system stimulant prescribed to treat ADHD and narcolepsy. Its misuse, however, is on the rise. Adderall has become popular among older teens and young adults who use it to increase focus and energy levels during exam days or all-night study sessions. It's also a common feature at parties, where it's used to prevent blackouts and maintain energy. But this comes with significant risks. The drug can cause fatal heart attacks and strokes, especially in those with an undiagnosed heart condition or family history of abnormal heart rhythms. Adderall can also exacerbate symptoms in people with psychotic disorders or bipolar illness when mixed with alcohol. The deceptive nature of Adderall as a party drug is that while it creates a surge of energy and euphoria, it can also lead to dangerous behaviors and health consequences. The dangers of mixing Adderall with alcohol. Mixing Adderall with alcohol can be a dangerous cocktail. Alcohol is a depressant, while Adderall is a stimulant, and this combination can lead to serious heart issues, dehydration, overheating, kidney failure, and even alcohol poisoning.
Welcome back. What happens to the blood alcohol content or concentration level when the body has been deceased for 3 or more days? In a living person, this cycle of absorption and elimination is dynamic. At the moment of death, however, these processes stop. The body's physiological and metabolic functions cease, so there is no further absorption or metabolism of alcohol. The intestines no longer push any residual alcohol into the bloodstream, and the liver can no longer break down what is already circulating. After 72 hours, the blood alcohol concentration in a deceased person is, for the most part, unreliable and can change significantly from its level at the time of death. Many different factors may contribute to an unreliable blood alcohol concentration measurement. Upon dying, both the blood alcohol content and the level of amphetamine in one's body will not remain static or frozen. In other words, if you die with a blood alcohol content of 0.15 at the actual time of death, more than likely the BAC level will not remain at 0.15 72 hours later. The same can be said for a level of amphetamine in the body tissue at the actual time of death, with one key difference. The alcohol level can amplify, while the level of amphetamine will more than likely decrease. Ethan allegedly had a rather high level of amphetamine in his measured sample after 3 days deceased. We will return to the Adderall in a moment. Why should we ignore the alcohol? Well, for one, this is what the Moscow police were doing all along. But, moving on. After 72 hours, or 3 days of the postmortem state accompanied by putrefaction, the blood alcohol concentration becomes highly unreliable due to significant postmortem ethanol production and redistribution. Keep our victims in mind when considering the following. The body of a person who dies at a young age putrefies faster than the person who dies at an older age. Also, the injuries on a body before death or during postmortem are more prone to microbial activity, such as bacterial invasion, which would most likely accelerate the putrefaction process. Factors such as redistribution of alcohol and postmortem ethanol production, laboratory processing, and even microbial activity can also alter the legitimacy of an alcohol concentration measurement, making it appear higher or lower than it actually was when the person was last alive, making post-mortem blood samples look as if they have a higher or lower concentration than they actually have. An unreliable blood sample taken post-mortem may also occur when the sample is taken after undue delay. Without more information, any and all blood concentration levels recorded are subject to further questioning and therefore not to be taken as gospel. Before we get to the good stuff, let us ask, what happens to the level of amphetamine in the body after it has been dead for 72 hours? The literature addresses the level of Adderall, both post-administratively and post-mortem. Apparently, 72 hours after taking Adderall, the level of the medication will decrease since Adderall has a half-life of between 9 and 14 hours if use is discontinued. However, after death, substances such as Adderall will move from areas of high concentration, such as the liver, lungs, or heart, into blood and other body fluids. It is noted in the research that post-mortem redistribution of amphetamine is rather limited compared to the post-mortem redistribution of alcohol in the body. According to Al-Azmari et al., amphetamines are more prone to physical redistribution from tissues, such as the liver or lung, into the bloodstream, whereas alcohol is more prone to concentration changes due to diffusion and postmortem production. Now, are we to disregard both alcohol and amphetamine level as having roles in the deaths, or both Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin? Certainly not. Then we must also take into consideration all that was heard at 1:19 to 1:21 in the morning on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. This is the substance of Scenario 1, unintentional deaths by substance use. We must also take into consideration all of the indicators that have fallen to our attention referencing use of substances and/or substances, along with mass amounts of alcohol consumed on the morning of Saturday, November 12th into the 13th. In a moment, we will share references from others that support scenario number 1.
Entonces, tu sonido no es una canción.
No, es un sonido. Es difícil de explicar.
¿Y dónde lo escuchaste?
En un cuarto. Es como una bola enorme de concreto que cae en un fondo de metal, rodeada de agua de mar.
Guys, please bear with this. Idaho for Rebuild does very interesting artistic stuff in their videos, so please just bear with this. Thank you.
De pronto es imposible.
No. De hecho, después de hablar con Juan, yo preparé unos sonidos.
¿De verdad?
Sí. ¿Qué tan grande es la bola de concreto? How big?
Bang. And then it shrinks. I mean, it probably sounds differently in my head.
What makes victims Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle different from victims Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan? Now, help me out here. We heard Xana's name and Ethan's name being called to, even shouted at when the time was approximately 1:20, the morning of November 13th of 2022. That which we heard could have very well led some to suspect that both Ethan and Xana had fallen to a deadly combination of Adderall and alcohol. We heard a male say something to the effect of, "Check his pulse at 3:42 and 50 seconds after midnight." This would tell us that Ethan Chapin was still alive at that time. Whether it was scenario 1 or scenario 2 that resulted in Ethan's 3:42 state, the following information supports the scenario number 1, based on what we heard on that fateful morning at approximately
It's important for us. I mean, the reason we've agreed to do this is there's some misinformation out there, and that's been hard for us. And that's why we, as a family, talked about it and agreed to do this, because.
And I explained this the other day when I showed this interview about Ethan. We're just adding Xana to this picture a little bit more now as we talk about this. So this is exactly what they're pointing out, I think, here. Well, thank you, Sleuth.
the things that are being said are 100% not true. There's not drugs involved. There's not.
That Lake Talk County sheriff. It was your local sheriff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Karen and Scotty, Maddie's mom and dad, they were all the way down there. So we were talking with them, and, are you guys there yet? And they were like, no. Have you guys heard anything?
Karen was, she had just seen that there was an unconscious person on the news and at the kids' house. And so she was like, I'm going down to get the girls. And they're not answering their phones. She just figured they were caught up in whatever was going on. That's why they weren't answering. So they just headed down. And when I talked to her, she was 25 minutes out from Moscow. She's like, I'm getting ready to pick up the girls. And I did not have the heart to say, well, I was telling her, we've been told that it's Kaylee and that she was shot, and she's just like, I'm going, Chrissy, I'll be there soon. And we were just kind of frozen. We didn't really know what to do. And then the sheriff came and he said that it was a quadruple homicide. And
we brought up the shooting. We'd heard somebody said fentanyl and stuff. So
yeah, somebody said that they had OD'd.
And thank God he did that. I'm so glad that I get so many people who just won't be honest with us, but he was like, no, Mr. Gonzalez, that's not true. This was a homicide. Somebody killed. So we knew right off the bat. So then we could stop the rumors right then and there, try to do the right thing. But yeah, my son had already heard that it was a fentanyl OD. He's still going to college down there.
We were like, that's insane. Like, there's no way, And then we had heard they were shot, and then we heard that they, it was an OD. We were just like, no. He said, no, it was a homicide. And I said, a homicide? I said, they were murdered? And he said, yes.
Have you ever heard the name?
I know his last name.
Okay. His name just came up, so I'm not even sure if he's involved. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember who told it to me now.
What do you know about? What do you know?
All I know is that he's super nice. He was friends with and all of them. And he had a long-time girlfriend, but then they broke up recently. That's all I know.
And yeah, the I'm referring to was it?
Okay, that might be the same one then.
Okay. So the nice guy though?
Mm-hmm. I've never really had a conversation with him. Okay. He was always nice whenever
So I'm gonna ask a point blank question with does he sell drugs of any kind?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So we have also had, what do you assume? People are talking, people are giving us all kinds of information. One thing that I picked up from one of the interviews I did was rumors of potential drug use with Ethan and Zena, especially when they drink.
I believe they took Adderall.
Was it Adderall?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's it, from my knowledge.
And how did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So you saw them, how were they taking it?
Ethan, I think, just swallowed the pill, and I think Xana snorted it.
And where was that at?
In Xana's room.
Okay. That actually fits in what we found.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's actually good for us. We're just trying to figure out different things that we found, so. Did someone have a prescription for Adderall?
I don't know who they got it from, but
I want you to hear this again. I don't know why I didn't point this out before, but listen to this again.
The I'm referring to was it?
okay, that might be the same one then.
Okay. So the nice guy though?
Mm-hmm. I've never really had a conversation with him.
Okay.
He was always nice whenever.
So I'm gonna ask a point blank question with does he sell drugs of any kind?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So We have also had, I mean, like you assume, people are talking, people are giving us all kinds of information. One thing that I picked up from one of the interviews I did was rumors of potential drug use with Ethan and Xena, especially when they drink.
I believe they took Adderall.
Was it Adderall?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's it, from my knowledge.
And how did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So you saw them, how were they taking it?
Ethan, I think, just swallowed the pill, and I think Xana snorted it. Ethan, I think, just swallowed the pill, and I think Xana snorted it.
Have you ever
That
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So you saw them, how did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
Did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
That night, I saw them take it. I know I played that many times. I wanted to make sure you're catching it. When did Bethany see them to do anything that night? Because she just claims she saw that happen in Xana's bedroom. Anybody else have a problem with this? Anybody?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So you saw them, how were they taking it?
Ethan, I think, just swallowed the pill, and I think Xana snorted it.
And where was that at?
In Xana's room.
That night.
In Xana's room that night. Now, we saw the crushed up blue powder on the desk. Okay. It was in the documents. But one more time, guys. One more time.
Xana snorted it.
And where was that at?
In Xana's room.
Okay.
Really?
Okay, then what's the
Uh-huh.
powder there? Why is that there? That shouldn't be there.
That was the next row. Was the next rail was coming, okay? So I'm just pointing this out. I want you guys to have this in your mind. I'm gonna back this up just one more time to the full effect of this, okay? This is
Like you assume, people are talking, people are giving us all kinds of information. One thing that I picked up from one of the interviews I did was rumors of potential drug use with Ethan and Xena, especially when they drink.
I believe they took Adderall.
Was it Adderall?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's it, from my knowledge.
And how did you hear that?
Well,
Have you ever
that
witnessed
night I saw them take it, yeah.
So you saw them, how were they taking it?
Ethan, I think, just swallowed the pill, and I think Xana snorted it.
And where was that at?
In Xana's room.
okay. You heard that clearly. We're gonna go to something else here in a little bit, but just keep that there as we listen forward, please. Interesting, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Go
And
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
and of course the officer says, "Okay, what time did you see this happen?"
They don't follow with anything as they should, but yeah,
Of course not. Why would they?
such a joke.
Okay. That actually fits in what we found. Thank you. That's actually good for us.
What?
Just trying to figure out different things that we found, so.
Good point, DKM. Thank you. No worries. Keep it going.
Did someone have a prescription for Adderall?
I don't know who they got it from, but no, neither of them did.
Okay. Did anyone else in the house use drugs at all? especially party drugs?
I think Kaylee sometimes took an Adderall, but other than that, I don't think so.
And was it Adderall or something?
All I know is that it was Adderall. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Here we go.
Hung out with Kaylee a lot? Okay.
But before we get into this, I want to highlight something that the cop said.
Uh-huh.
The cop said that fits with what we've seen. Yet, powder's on the freaking desk. So, no, Xana did not get an opportunity to snort it. And I highly doubt that they were going to go a second round as they were winding down, getting ready to go to bed.
There again, it could have been one of them did, the other one didn't. One of them got to do it before they were killed, and the other one never got the chance to do it. You know what I mean? So either way. But yeah, you could be right as well. 100%. Or it was just getting ready to happen, and then boom. But here's my question. Is it possible that the person that brought that or gave that to them is the one that took their life?
It could very well be. And that could,
That's all I'm saying.
And that could very well have been part one.
Yeah. So we don't know, guys. That the person, and I said before, I think it's possible somebody came home with Dan and Ethan or followed them home or brought something to them. You know, they wanted to stay up late that night. They wanted to hang out. They wanted to party, whatever it was. It's just a thought to go into this mix of a mess that we're going through. That's why we're reviewing this today and talking about this stuff. So, just another thought process, that's all. As always, everything we talk about that's not based on documents is purely alleged and based on speculative theories. That's all. So.
And now Kaylee, she was correct. She was a part of it.
And again, this is why I said this. One more thing I was going to add to that, but Dylan, you distracted me. It's okay though.
That's my job.
I know I'm old and I get distracted easy. So we all know that supposedly Xana received a DoorDash at 3:59. Okay. 3:59, Xana receives a DoorDash. And it's already been proven that DoorDash does a little bit more than DoorDash. Okay. They don't DoorDash just food. That's all I'm saying. So think about that for a minute too. For 3:59, they receive a DoorDash per se, so on and so forth. And if we go with what I would, and if this is like what Lana was saying, the possibility of two separate crime scenes, two separate crime times in the same house. If they were the one in the secondary side of this, you know, it's possible. But you see that's where I struggle with that because of the whole house being there. Everybody's in the house, so on and so forth. Anything's possible. All I'm saying. But think about that. 3:59, this happens. And like Dylan just pointed out, there was lines cut up, sitting there ready to go. You got to wonder.
Card was even right there. The card that they
everything was ready to, yeah, it was chopped up, ready to go, and then boom, something goes down. Is it the person?
And the other big issue that I have with it being like two separate events at two separate times, that would mean Dylan and Bethany got lucky twice.
How do you mean?
By surviving.
Maybe.
If you're going to believe complete and total innocence.
Well, it could be that these things happened, you know, there was a break in time between them. We don't know, though. That's why this is a little sketchy to me, that whole theory. But my question is, if she ordered it at 2:15 to be delivered later, when was it due and why did she? Well, if you remember correctly, Molly said that the food had to be remade. She was running late on it. It got cold, so they had to remake it, and she was still running late on it. I don't know how late. She never said, but that's something else she said. If we're to believe her, remember that too, though, Busy. That's all. So I don't know. Some of this doesn't make sense. Some of it does, is all I'm saying. Again, that's why we do this. So different things to think about and try to put together.
Yeah, but her best friend Maddie was, and they've been friends for years. So
Okay.
She just kind of
So Kaylee was, and then Maddie was, and then Xana was. Okay, so and then Ethan was. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, the place that they lived at was like, it's considered like a out of house. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So other than those people that they hung out with, do you know, was she ever involved in like doing any illegal substances, like anything that you can think of?
I would probably say just coke probably, but
Well, let's say something too, Busy. I see what you're saying, but maybe if Molly brought more than food, maybe she had to wait around to get what she was getting, to be able to bring what she was bringing, possibly. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Maybe it took her a minute to find what she was looking for. That's all I'm saying. These are, again, guys, this isn't written in stone. These are just things to think about that have come to mind. So that's all. Hey, SRB. Good to see you, dear. I don't think that message came from her. I think it was generated. The generated one that DoorDash sends out because the drop was taken too long after the pickup. That's a good point too, SRB. Very good point.
I can't think of like her doing anything else.
Have you actually seen her or heard of her doing that before?
No, but I knew that Xana and yeah, Xana was pretty into it.
Okay. Did you have any follow-up questions on?
So Xana was into coke.
Yeah.
What about Ethan?
I'm not sure about Ethan. I don't know her boyfriend that well.
And these questions, we're not trying to
No, you're totally
make
fine.
anyone look bad. We're just trying to, there's
Yeah.
several avenues. Do you know at that house if they were selling drugs? If there was a lot of people that are selling drugs, or was it just kind of you go to a party and you use kind of thing?
I think it was more of like they would like go out, they would do coke, but they weren't selling.
Okay, so at their residence, it wasn't known as a drug house or anything like that. They wouldn't keep any quantities of coke or Xanax, Adderall, anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but how do you know that? That's my problem with that. The one part I want to play back to you real quick. Sorry.
No, neither girl. Yeah.
And now Kaylee, she was correct. She was a part of it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
her best friend Maddie was, and they've been friends for years. So
Okay.
She just kind of,
So Kaylee was, and then Maddie was, and then Xana was. Okay, so and then Ethan was. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, the place that they lived at was like, it's considered like a out of house. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So other than those people that they hung out with, do you know, was she ever involved in like doing any illegal substances, like anything that you can think of?
I would probably say just coke probably, but
She says coke, probably, if you didn't get it.
I can't think of like her doing anything else.
Have you actually seen her or heard of her doing that before?
No, but I knew that Xana and yeah, Xana was pretty into it.
Okay. Did you have any follow-up questions on?
So Zana was in coke.
Yeah.
What about Ethan?
I'm not sure about Ethan. I don't know her boyfriend that well.
And these questions, we're not trying to.
No, you're totally
make
fine.
anyone
Yeah.
look bad. We're just trying to. There's
Yeah.
several avenues. Do you know?
So how does this go from Kaylee doing cocaine to Xana being the one? Interesting. I don't trust this girl, by the way, just so you know. I never have, but that's just me.
She even said she's never seen him do anything.
Right.
She just thinks.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, but
There's a
still.
lot of people that I think do it. That doesn't mean they did.
Right. People probably think I eat cheeseburgers every day, and I don't. So there you go.
I try to every day.
I wish I could do that.
That's the joys of not being as old as Dracula.
Say again?
That's the joys of not being as old as Dracula.
Yeah. Shut up.
On drugs, or was it just kind of you go to a party and you use kind of thing?
I think it was more of like they would like go out and they would do coke, but they weren't selling.
Okay, so at their residence, it wasn't known as a drug house or anything like that. They wouldn't keep any quantities of coke or Xanax, Adderall, anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Medication like stimulants. Vitamin C is like the off switch.
Do you think that vitamin C can turn off your ADHD medication if you accidentally take too much? Here we go again with medical misinformation. Again, this can and does kill people. This person says that by taking vitamin C, it makes your urine more acidic, which helps you clear stimulants faster. Now, it is true that having slightly more acidic urine will help you to clear things like amphetamines from your system faster, but that's over the course of like hours, maybe even days. I'd hardly call that an off switch. Here's the thing. Vitamin C doesn't automatically stop medication from working or undo its side effects. The meds are already active in your brain, affecting dopamine and focus. By the time you feel like you've taken too much, it's too late. Vitamin C is not going to help you. Even if you take slow release medication, you can feel it ramping up. Maybe the vitamin C will help slightly, but again, you're not going to see much benefit unless it's like the next day. If you ever take too much or feel weird from your meds, vitamin C isn't going to fix that. You need to get medical help right away. Sure, doctors recommend you take vitamin C and your ADHD meds at different times to avoid absorption issues, but vitamin C should never be used to treat overdose or side effects. My name's Jackie. I'm a neuroscientist. Follow me for more myth-busting videos, but also share this with somebody you know takes stimulants. It might save their life.
Like putting Band-Aid on a bullet hole.
Exactly.
This is something that's going to take you guys some time, okay? It's okay to go through the emotions. If you need anything, call us, okay? We can either get you in touch with resources, we can talk to you ourselves.
Yeah.
This is something that's going to take some time for people to work through, okay? So just understand that the emotions you guys are feeling it's just what human beings go through, unfortunately. And you guys should never have been put in this position, so.
Interesting.
Four this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Haley go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs
Yeah.
to the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys caught that before. Watch what she does here, okay? Listen to this again.
Or this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Haley go upstairs and scream.
Do you hear how she's correcting him to make sure that the story she's telling is being told correctly? Okay? He's telling the story. Now, this doesn't happen. I've never seen somebody that's considered to be a victim in a situation be the one to correct the police officer in that sense like that. She's really, and this is her after being drunk all night, not knowing what the hell she's talking about, supposedly, okay? It's interesting to me how she does that.
Or this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Haley go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs
Yeah.
to the way top.
Exactly, Chris. She did it constantly, guys. She does it throughout all of this stuff repeatedly. Well, no, it was dispersed. She comes out with this great story that she's on point, giving the exact times and details with. But during that, she can't tell. I can't remember what the fuck. My brain might have told me this or might have told me that. But you can remember to correct a police officer when he makes a mistake. This is what I'm saying. These little things are important, folks.
And on top of that, that wouldn't be the front, whether who was running up and down the stairs wouldn't be the top of mind. It would be, okay, what time did you see the masked man? Like,
yeah, that's the most important point. That's a good point, yeah. It's very strange. And that's the thing, Jesse. Like, I don't believe she was at all. I do not believe that Dylan Mortensen was drunk at all. Not even remotely. Because many people said she wasn't. Many people said, I'm surprised. She wasn't drinking. It was a dry weekend. She said she wasn't going to drink this weekend because she's over it. All of those things were said. Remember that. And again, she has full control of this narrative she's putting out right now. To be able to correct the police officer herself, that when her mind is telling her one thing and just making her the dumb crazy shit she said, it is weird. It's very strange. I'm sorry.
And to note, about 10 hours after this particular interview, she's out drinking and partying.
Yeah, I had heard that as well. Very interestingly enough.
Yeah, that night Dylan was sober enough to pass a field sobriety test. That would be rigged. She was that sober.
Yeah, I agree with you. And yes, Jesse, and that's what I was saying. Many people said Dylan said she wasn't in the mood to drink that weekend, so she didn't. More than a couple people said this, and then it was also stated that it was a dry weekend there. Again, listen, if this girl drank all that she claims that she drank, was up all damn night, do you think she would be as accurate, as on point, able to correct his mistakes, let alone her own? I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. I've been that person.
At this point, she'd be holding her head.
She should be. 100% she should be. Yeah, that's a good point. She was reliable to the people she helped. Very good point.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
See? The little details. With Murphy the dog. All these little details. That's all I'm saying.
And then you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs, and she said someone's here.
So you're in your bedroom with the door closed. You hear her scream and run as fast as she can. I'm sorry, but to know that somebody's running as fast as they can is something you need to visually see. You know, she could be, I guess, exaggerating the fact that she hears her running down the stairs, whatever, or up the stairs. But again, that's a visual thing. Because I still think she saw her. That's all I'm saying. So.
She ran downstairs?
Yes, I could hear it. You can hear everything pretty much. I heard her run downstairs really fast. And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
And the other problem with her hearing her run down the stairs real fast is, granted, the stairs are right by her doorway. guess what, folks? Kaylee had nothing on but socked feet. Nothing but socked feet. Okay? Her shoes were off. She had gotten ready for bed. And if you remember during the documents we received, it showed that she was missing a sock, probably from running through the house, being chased by somebody. Yeah. But you're not going to hear the clunk, 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 clunk on the stairs that the Doc Martin boots Dylan tried to describe that were not on her feet would have made. Okay? That's all.
Did you?
I want to make sure you guys are going to still hear this because it got knocked off. 1 second. Sorry.
Did Murphy barking or doing anything?
Yes, he was barking a lot.
Throughout the night, or?
When I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he was barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside. I don't know how the police found him because he was in the house.
Okay.
But he has a puppy, he barks, but he was barking a lot if there was someone there.
And that was at 1:32, or was that around 4?
There's no sound with this right now. It's just showing these.
Who would require accidental death by substance to be covered up by the monstrosity of applied carnage? Moreover, why? Did Xana and Ethan die as a result of mixing alcohol with Adderall? This is what scenario 1 implies. We heard what we heard, didn't we? Where did Xana and Ethan get it from? Weren't they both underaged drinkers? Who provided the alcohol that they had all day and night? Did Kaylee Gonsalves provide either of it? Why are police asking questions about Kaylee and substances? Why do we hear only one voice of 4 suffering? Keep this premise in mind and do not let it go as you watch, think, and listen for that big reveal, knowing that it will soon day make perfect, undeniable sense, as it very well should.
One more thing I'm going to show you, and then we'll discuss this. Hang on.
Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hey guys, second time. I need.
Okay. We've all seen this, by the way. My understanding is that's Emily Onstadt right there. Okay. So if you guys remember this, pay attention for a minute.
I need somebody to come to the door.
All right, we'll get someone to come to the door.
Music stays off. Party's over.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Emily Allant. I'm sorry. I don't know why I mess her name up all the time. Thank you, SRB.
Megan, I have her information. I have her cell phone number too.
Call her.
Okay.
Hello, miss.
Hello.
What's your name?
Xana.
Xana.
Now, guys, watch Xana. If you can kind of watch how she acts during this interaction, if you guys can, please.
Do you live here?
Yes.
Okay, did Megan talk to you earlier?
No.
Okay, does Megan live here?
Megan, I do not have a Megan that lives
Megan Mogan?
Maddie Mogan, yeah.
If somebody is, the only reason why I'm showing you this is because somebody said, oh, look, there's baby pain. To watch Xana's eyes in this and so on and so forth. And again, God love her, this poor girl. But just watch her body language and watch her eyes, I was told.
Madison Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here?
Sorry, she is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple friends over, but
Okay.
this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about anything that happened earlier or anything like that?
Honestly, not really. I've just been here the past hour.
Okay. Okay.
Just trying to go to bed.
I think Xana had been drinking for sure. Okay, and there's no judging by any means, and I don't want anybody else to either. I just want you to notice how she is when she's intoxicated. She could be on other things, I don't know, but that's just the point with this. That's all. Nothing more, and I don't expect to see anybody judging her because that shouldn't be being done.
Ready for me?
Yeah, I'm not 21.
Okay.
My roommates are 21. I just came to go to bed.
We're not here to talk about the alcohol stuff, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
About that.
You know, the funny thing is she looks like she's taller than Payne was. Or Payne is. I gotta love that.
So this time it was the blonde gal and the guy on the back porch playing music, okay? So
I sincerely.
Wait a minute. No, there wasn't a noise complaint. That was just two officers deciding to harass him.
Well, this time the music was blasting. But
well, yeah, this time it was, but the one that he's referencing earlier, I was looking into that. Yeah, that was just two officers going to harass Kaylee and whoever else was there.
So was the other one from the same day?
I believe so.
Okay. That's what I was curious about. Interesting. He did.
Well,
gotcha.
at least that's
Okay.
what that's what he's referencing.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm just going to bed.
Okay. So just so you understand, you could be getting a misdemeanor citation for this, which means you have to go in front of a judge and explain why you couldn't keep the people in your house quiet.
Altruistic, back it up. Okay.
Did she tell you anything about
I have a couple friends over. Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan?
Megan, I do not have a Megan that lives
Megan Mogan?
Maddie Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan, yeah.
Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here?
Sorry, she is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple friends over, but
Okay.
this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Well-
She's at the corner club.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about anything that happened earlier or anything like that?
Honestly, not really. I've just been here the past hour.
Okay. Okay.
Just trying to go to bed.
Can I grab your ID from you? If you will
Yeah,
run
I'm
her.
not 21.
Okay.
My roommates were 21. I just came to go to bed.
We're not here to talk about the alcohol stuff, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
I'm sorry
Okay.
about that.
So this time it was the blonde gal and the guy on the back porch playing music. Okay. So
I sincerely apologize about
Okay.
that. I'm just going to bed.
Okay. So just so you understand, you could be getting a misdemeanor citation for this, which means you have to go in front of a judge and explain why you couldn't keep the people in your house quiet. Okay. We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing. Okay. The only reason she's not getting a ticket is because she's not standing here in front of me. But I'm telling you right now, if we have to come back, you're getting a ticket.
Okay, so
You
I'm
will have to
not
go
right
see a
now.
judge.
I'm fine right now.
You're not getting a ticket right
I'm
now.
just trying to go to bed right now. I mean, I understand you guys. You're coming here. I'm just going.
Okay. Well, understand that you're responsible for the residents.
Okay.
So whoever else is here, if they have a safe way to get home, you need to kick them out or
Okay.
tell them to come inside and be quiet.
Okay.
Because the houses that are on this hill all the way around here, we can hear you from clear down the road when we were coming up here. We can hear the music.
Okay.
And that's
I'm so sorry.
where we're past the point of having polite conversations, okay?
I'm
Because
so
neighbors are being
sorry.
kept up. Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just like
Is the blonde gal and the guy up there, are they roommates too?
I'm sorry. What?
The blonde gal and the guy that's upstairs, are they roommates too?
None of my roommates are home. I'm
Oh, okay.
the only one home. These are all my friends.
Okay.
So do you understand 100%
I understand.
what's going to
I'm just
happen?
going to tell everyone get the sorry.
No, you're fine.
Or figure it out.
And I'm not saying that you got to tell everybody they have to leave, but I'm telling you, any outside music, any loud yelling needs to be done.
Okay.
Because we're not, next time you're getting a ticket.
Okay.
This is on September 2nd, 2022 at, I think it's 12:40 a.m.
Okay. And if you get a misdemeanor citation, the university is not going to take kindly to it.
Yeah.
So not only do you have to go see a
completely
judge,
understand that I've never had to deal with this ever.
Yep. and we don't want to start now. I don't ever remember having come here. So I understand you guys are having to get together, but people have a way of
Yes.
taking the invitation and using it as an excuse to get out of control and be
Taking
loud.
it Advantage. Yes,
Exactly.
I
Okay.
understand. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just hope for your sake that your friends don't put you in a position where you get the citation and you have to go to court to defend yourself from your friend's behavior. Make sense?
Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
You want to get a good phone number for her?
Yep. And just remember, the Dean of Students Office probably will be contacting you about this as well, about student code of conduct issues.
Yes, I have it.
No, that's not on campus. We can go.
Any
we can go
questions?
fuck off on that one.
Okay. Make sure your friends don't put you in a bad position. Tell them it's time to be done.
I'll go-
Okay.
There's like no one.
Yeah. It was the two that were around the back. We had to holler at them to turn the music down. So,
Thank
alrighty.
you guys. I'm so sorry.
Nope, that's all right. You take care. Okay.
Thank you.
And this is what they do. They use this against them. This is off-campus shit, okay? There's no reason for that to be held over their head. This guy was such a little bully. Short man syndrome. It is what it is. But anyway, just showing Xana. It looked to me like she was drinking. There's no Adderall there, folks, from my interactions with people on Adderall, so on and so forth, cocaine, none of that stuff. She was drinking, having a good time, as she should be, in college, shutting things down, probably going to bed. And I get it. They're doing noise. People complain about noise. So be it. Okay, it is what it is. But you don't need to hold that shit over her head. I just was showing Xana in her element, is all I was saying. So, anyway, baby pain strikes again. Anyway, what do you got, Dylan?
I mean this. Yeah, you're about ready to. No, this one was a little bit earlier, the one that you got up, and I actually looked into this because I put on a Facebook group about nobody knowing Kaylee and seeing if that's weird, and of
Right.
course you had some people say, "Oh no, that's not weird at all." Like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, they started talking about like some kind of like Kaylee and Hunter were zip tied together or something like that. I don't know how closely you looked at
Oh,
it.
that's this one. That's
Yeah.
this one that I'm looking at that we just had on screen. They weren't zip tied together, but they were there when Rosenthal walks up there for no reason with the older cop. I can't think of his damn name. But that's the one where Hunter comes out. Basically, it's kind of interesting how he does come out with her, even though they don't know each other. It's almost like he's watching over her to make sure nothing happens. That's this one. There's Hunter right there. So now this one was on August 16th. That other one was, hold on.
That one was the 2nd, September 2nd. So yeah, it was different days. And then I think
Hold on, I'll get the other one for you.
I'm thinking the one with Maddie might have been they had to call Maddie because nobody that was lived at the house was at the house.
Yeah, that was the one it was. As soon as I can find the damn thing. 1 minute. One minute.
Oh, I would have I would have made that house famous but far before the Idaho 4 case would have happened. You would have had me on body camera absolutely undressing Paw Patrol Payne.
Yeah. Yeah. So this other one shows up as September 1st because it happened before midnight. And it's the same guy, Payne in his big mouth. I think Blaker was there for that too. They're dumping alcohol, that fun shit. Hang on. It's this one. So see the date, September 1st, 2057. So this one was,
Which
that one was at 12:40 a.m.
Under normal noise ordinances at this point. Usually it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And I think the Moys were the ones that my understanding was that they were always making noise complaints because they were behind him. So.
Yeah. Well,
does that answer your question, Fizzy, the time and so on and so forth with this one? I think this is the one that they call. Yeah, there's Kai, there's Hunter.
Yeah, I started looking into that and then I got distracted with something. Yep.
This is the one where they talk to Maddie right here.
So, hey, the reason that we're here is that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying, okay? Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So...
I like how
found a party in,
and there's a part there where he asks who actually lives here, and Hunter just gives a blank face.
Yeah, I think he said, "I don't even know."
Yeah, well, I think the first guy said, "I don't even know," and Hunter just kind of sat there.
In their house at this time.
At one point, they're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't drank a drop.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4 females.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with the.
And see, Hunter knows all this stuff. That's the funny thing. But it is what it is. Protecting him, maybe, I don't know. He definitely lied.
So I guarantee you they're associated with the sorority. As many of them are living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play games.
I debate that one. I would heavily debate that one.
Than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that, and the students and playing all these stupid fucking games.
Do you?
I don't know.
Quick question.
Because I guarantee you, there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
Do you want us to try and
get a name or a phone number and
If
we
you
can
could.
call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is here.
Okay.
Right.
We'll go.
So I need to verify that there was a party here.
We'll go get a phone number. We'll be right back.
Thanks,
Sorry, we're
guys.
not trying to make your life.
I understand. I just letting you know this is how it's going to play out. I'm not going anywhere until I talk to somebody.
We'll be right back.
You guys mind just leaving the door open for us? That way we can get some sort of communication between us and them. We're not going to come in.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
No worries. And hey guys, really, we're just coming here for noise complaint. So we understand y'all drinking.
The reason I apologize for no one coming to the door. The issue was we were trying to find the.
Everyone's kind of freaked out because cops are here. You guys are having a good time, right?
Well, I've been at another house before and I went out and talked to the cops, but I wasn't the resident, so they just told me to go back inside, basically. So.
No worries. So hey, just go ahead and get the contact. Thanks, man.
We'll be right back. All right.
And this is illegal too. They don't know that those people that left that there were underage. So, once again, just pure ignorance and abuse of power, in my opinion.
All right, Josh. Jordan, you talk to Maddie.
Is that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying. Okay. Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So right now, if I can, I would like to collect your information, your name, number, your date of birth, and I'm guessing, and I want your current address at also as well, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. So let me go ahead and what's your first name? Maddie?
Could be maybe.
And how do you spell that, Maddie?
My legal name is Madison. It's Madison.
What's your middle name, Madison?
May, May.
Okay. What's your last name?
Mogen, Mogen.
Mogen?
Yep.
Okay. What's your date of birth, Madison?
01.
Okay. And what's your current address?
1122 King Road.
So I think you guys are sitting with that.
Okay.
I'm a student.
And are you a student at U of I?
Yep.
Okay.
I will graduate with a bachelor's. I'm studying my master's.
We're going to take this to the dean's board. So here's the deal. Okay. They've already said that no one here lives, none of the occupants that live at this address are here right now. So now you have a house full of random people. You need to let them know that the noise needs to come down. Okay. We just received a noise complaint. We want that music turned down. And we don't want to come back again tonight. If we have to come back again tonight, then there's going to be even more problems. Okay.
I see both sides.
Sounds good. I'm just frustrated. I'm also so sorry once again.
I understand. Okay. It's just, I mean, if I were you guys, I'd probably just come home and make sure that whoever is partying here is keeping it down to a minimum. Okay.
Yeah. We're
all
gonna
right.
pick all of them.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to leave. Okay. And again, if I have to come back later tonight, like I said, I just want to express that there's going to be some citations given out. Okay.
Okay, it's very clear. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. You enjoy your evening. All right.
You too.
Bye. All right, man. Here's your phone.
Thank you.
Hey, so,
Can you dump this stuff?
Yep.
You already told her about noise?
Yep. Already told her about noise. If we have to come back.
You guys noise because you don't live here.
Yeah.
But I would probably strongly suggest that anyone else that's left here, they don't live here.
Thank you, guys.
If not, I'm going to come back.
We weren't lying to you guys. Like, no one lives here that we were just.
Yeah, they were here. They went to a party.
This would not be the first party I've ever gone to where people who live here and just let people stay. Why they do that, I don't know. To me, that's
It happens.
They were I live.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But, yeah, we'll go let them know. And then make sure.
Just let them know I'm not going to stand out here and wait for them to come out and give them my keys or anything like that.
But
in the same term, tell them not to leave with alcohol.
Yeah.
That's the first way you're going to get us. Don't do stupid shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard somebody say, "Don't do stupid shit," and the cops won't touch you.
Yeah.
Be smart. Don't be stupid. Don't take it to yourself. Right?
Yep. Cool. All right. Well,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, we're gonna try it. I appreciate you guys
Sorry for the
going above
trouble.
and beyond for us and helping us out a little bit.
Totally. I'm sorry for the issues in the first place. So.
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Hope that
I'm
we
used
can
to
make
it.
a little better.
All right. You guys have a good one.
My hand smells like Truly.
I know.
It's kind of delicious. Dude, Trulies are awesome, man.
Of course, that
He drinks
dude
like 12 of those
Truly
things, not wake up hungover.
Thanks a lot.
It's awesome.
Such a joke. So much harassment going on with these kids. That house. I mean, it's a party house. It is what it is. But it seems like these guys went out of their way to harass them in some ways. You know.
Oh yeah.
Religiously, in my opinion. So, and it plays to the victimology of the backgrounds of what was going on in their lives while they were on campus here, while they were still with us, you know, and living their life as college kids. It's kind of sad. So, go ahead, bud. What do you got?
I think those cops need to find a freaking hobby.
Definite abuse of power.
And whoever called that first noise complaint definitely needs to find a fucking hobby.
See, my understanding is the Moys behind them they always made a lot of noise complaints. I don't know if that one was them, but it could, and it could make sense. So
I would be that neighbor that you get bigger and louder speakers and blare much louder music.
Oh, back then? Oh, buddy.
Oh,
You wouldn't have wanted to see me back then. No.
Oh,
those guys
you
were
gonna,
nice.
You gonna call and complain? Oh, I'll give you something to complain about.
Yeah,
have fun,
I wasn't.
Have
I
fun.
was.
Your house is gonna be rattling till 4 a.m.
I was a true and clean, clear asshole back in those days, folks. Period. Nothing I'm proud of, but nothing like that. Nothing like that at all. We'd have had a go around. Hell, I may have even been arrested for, you know, being disrespectful or whatever it was, because I was an ass back in those days. Truly, many a times I was up on the OSU campus partying with my friends and was approached by police and basically told them, "There you go, bud. I don't you don't scare me." You know, I was one of them guys. Just saying. Again, nothing I'm proud of, but it happens. But this is what these guys like this that doing this kind of stuff. No, I don't play into that. Never did. Wasn't intimidated by it, which is not a good thing always, you know. But these power trips and this abuse of power shit, I don't. You can see it clearly. They had no idea who that alcohol belonged to just because they ran off. It doesn't mean they were underage. They just want to deal with you. And it's obvious that they were very harassing around these areas a lot. So maybe that's why they didn't want to have that shit hung over their head and, you know, that kind of stuff. Every one of those people could have been 21 and older. And they just left it to sit there because it was cold. It was outside. And they didn't want to be bothered. They think they know this. And that was always a problem for me, that stuff. So anyway, it was a little bit detached from what we were talking about. But
now we know we know Rosie and Tizzy were in that area.
the night of, yeah.
So with the amount of power trips that everybody was on that had a badge in Moscow, what if one of them went in and said, "Hey, you having a noise complaint?" or something along those lines? I can make it disappear for, you know what? They tell them to go fuck off, and off and away we go.
Right. And yes, nothing. I was all over that area. That was my stomping ground. Summit, all over the campus. I would wake up at different places every other day. So yeah, we probably were around each other back then.
I always tell people, if I ever won the lottery, I'd still be the same asshole. I just have a lot more gold on.
There you go. There you go. So, sir, any last thoughts on any of this stuff that we've looked at today or talked about at all?
Typical power tripping Moscow PD.
Oh yeah, and that aspect of it for sure.
Yeah.
Any of the
And
earlier stuff? Any thoughts on any of that?
um, I do find it interesting, and I think it was Lana that brought it up last night. We don't even know if there was any like actual drugs going through that place. That's only rumors. We
Right,
had
right.
zero confirmation on any of it. So we might be leaning into that drug angle a little too hard. It just seems like the typical party house that were drugs consumed there. Maybe was it a drug hub? There's zero evidence to point to it.
Well, other than word of mouth, right? You know, Dave gave an early interview and really was pointing to it hardcore, that and another house in that area. But we don't know that that's true. So it's all based on hearsay and word of mouth. So yes. Very good point. So we're going to be delving into more of the backgrounds and stuff like that of the victims and some other people involved in this. More of the younger crowd, of course, maybe some of the older people, who knows. But I'm going to be repeatedly looking into them as much as we can and showing them and in their element, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, so on and so forth for the third time. I was going to say something else, but anyway, um, that's another interesting theory. Somebody actually said to me, Stitches, could Xana and Ethan have been forced to take the drugs before ending their lives? It could have been. There's a lot of things that could have happened with this, but very true. Hey, 1-1. I don't know. There's a lot to think about with some of these things, but remember that one statement that really caught me off guard today. Well, the first time I watched it, but pointing it out to you. When Bethany makes the statement in her interview, she saw them that night doing Adderall. I want to know when. There should have been a follow-up question with that right away. When did you see that, Bethany? In Xana's bedroom specifically. When did you see that?
Yeah, because if they were winding down to go to bed, obviously they're not going to take an upper. And
Not usually.
And at that time, even for college students, I mean, if we're looking at that 2 to 4 a.m. time slot,
not to mention, where were they? We didn't know where they were. So how did you, based on what you said about them earlier at the frat house? It's interesting to me, like catching that. Okay, if you think about it. There's no real timeline for Ethan and Xana, but she says she watched them do it in her bedroom. Huh. Just saying. I'll probably be breaking into that a little bit more too, but I think that's going to do it, guys. I've had you here a little longer than I wanted to. 4 hours we're at. I'm sorry we went over, but I wanted to get all that in. So thank you guys for joining us. As always, I appreciate it. Dylan, thank you for joining me. Any very last thoughts whatsoever before we get out of here?
Always a pleasure. Hopefully tomorrow morning I'll have my little conversation with Grok revamped up, and hopefully it doesn't want to lose connection halfway through the conversation again. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing a hit video on Moscow PD with everything that we've seen there.
There should have been a long time ago. Absolutely. Make sure you guys subscribe to Dylan's channel, Hildreth Investigates, please and thank you. Very interesting stuff.
Got all new fun graphics that I was able to get Grok to make for me.
There you go. Wish I could get Grok to work for me.
It's a young person thing. You wouldn't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying a word. Yeah, I get it, Mystica. Microdot. Okay, guys, thank you guys so much for joining me again. Dylan, thanks for being here, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change the thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter